Chat, it is good to be back with you again. Yet again. We are one day away from the beginning of a new year, a very important year, a very sizable, some might say, girthy year. Year of great girth. I'm very excited. Very excited indeed. Now, I hope that each of you had a merry, merry, merry Christmas. I hope that you're all staged, poised, ready to have a great new year. My beard is getting out of control again. I don't think I've shaved once since the last time I shaved, and I don't care. I'm proud of it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Let's see. Who we got? I want to say hello to Black Fox. Welcome and congratulations on first. With Curbs taking first over in YouTube land. We've got Imur, Tanhawk, Dosey, Whitewood, Colonel Fouts, Alinar, Albatross, Quick Save, Kronzik, Tullendar. Good to see you all. Charlie Pills, welcome. I said it right that time. I said it right. Greetings from Austria. Very cool. 4 hours to 2026. Nice. Okay. Getting close. What's going on, Kurgan? Happy New Year to you as well. Happy New Year to all of you. Let You Live. Good to see you. Smintident. Welcome. 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 Shazlin in the house. We've got Ixar. Ardbug. Welcome indeed. Sailors and Sea Monsters. Yeah. There you go. That's a relevant name. A relevant name. Good to see you. Let You Live. Welcome to School Dude, Nane Speed, Ginjan. Welcome, welcome. We've got Night Watch MMORPG. Good to see you, Night Watch. Thanks for being here. Turo Dude. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Dayhawk. Good to see you, Dayhawk. What do you call a woman standing at the top of a church tower? Isabel. Thank you. Thank you, Dayhawk. That's good to know. I didn't know that. So, thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. As always, seriously, do not ever stop bringing the dad jokes. I want to say also hello to Super Trash. Good to see you, Super Trash. Welcome. We've got PA, Tolmart, Thet the Monk. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you all. Welcome again, Curbs, Skiach, Shione, Old Ward, Xanthopus, and the Rin, or Theron. Theron. Happy New Year's to you all. I hope that you all are doing well. Doing well. Does it seem quiet? Anybody else feel like the stream's quiet? I don't know. It seems, from what I can tell, it seems like we're in a good range. But let me know. Just Butler, what is up, Just Butler? Yo, Vibrio C, thank you so much for the Prime. And Crit, thank you for the Tier 1 and the 21 months of support. My friends, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Big time. Heathen Brewski, hey Java, did you get a chance to play the Eminem playtest? I did not. I have not had a chance to play much of anything except for Pantheon over the last couple of days. I was pretty off the grid. Gaming, internet, just totally unplugged. Silvada Barber. Silvada Barber. Yo to you as well. Chair's a little loud? Okay. Well, you know, what else is new? What else is new? So, what are we doing today? Today, if you guys didn't know, and you wouldn't know, I guess, unless I had, I've said something, and I can't remember if I have or not yet. But we are taking a pretty close look at our tanks right now. We have the summoner work. Summoner is our main kind of priority right now when it comes to kind of what we're working on class-wise at the moment. But we want to do a nice pass on our tanks after that. And so one of the reasons I've been going really hard on the warrior is because, number one, I've kind of fallen a little bit in love with tanking, maybe. Maybe a lot. But I want to have a good sense of how our tanks are doing and what makes them different, and where we want to, you know, really try and like dig into, you know, improvements and tweaks. So I have made it to level 25 on my warrior. Like I said, I have been playing a little bit over the break. I'm not sorry. I just have. But I've also been getting a Paladin rolling. And I wanted to spend some time today pushing that forward a little bit, but then also maybe switching back over to the warrior as well, because I'm locked in on these two classes, and I want to keep progressing them as I can. So that's the plan. I'm expecting us to have some good conversation about our tanks today. If you don't play a tank, maybe you know and care about one, and you know, still a very valid place to give feedback, to give thoughts. But that being said, my Paladin. Hey, what's up, Super Jawa? Good to see you. What's up, the Moose Nose? No official news on gnomes yet. Not yet. But let's see if we can get a group rolling. I haven't tried looking for group yet. But my Paladin, I made an elf Paladin, and my elf Paladin is in Avenger's Pass right now. And yeah, let's get it rolling. I'll tell you this. Paladin is Paladin's pretty strong. Yeah. The Paladin is pretty strong, guys. And fun. But strong. And that's untweaked. That's untwinked, you know? That's just straight up like a little rusty two-hander I picked up off something, and that's kind of it. Oh, here we go. So far, my experience, other than, you know, this dashing haircut with the triple buns, it's been really solid. It's been really solid. All right, let's see. Last time I looked into Pantheon, you guys were changing some defensive scaling from strength to dex or something. Is that still a thing? I don't think so. I don't think we were ever changing any defensive scaling. We are planning to change Constitution, which has been related to hit rating. That's coming up in the spring update, but yeah. All right, let's see. So I'm level 11. Like I said, let's see who we got. Who do we got? We got a 13 Ranger. Healer and DPS. Let's go ahead and just start throwing out invites willy-nilly. See where we go. I'm gonna some Goofy. Okay. An 11 Shaman. We could probably do your 11 Shaman quick save. Let's do it. I'm on Stormona 0. Happy New Year's to you, Philippe. Zikar, seeing no gnome in the update when it was coming next not too long ago, and you told me it wasn't long to wait for makes me sad. I thought I said that about Summoner, not gnome. I don't remember saying that about gnome, but maybe I did. I mean, I hope it's soon. I hope it's sooner rather than later. For Gnomeleys. You would join, but you're on a quest for ash trees tonight. I mean, you know, it is what it is. I understand. Spock. Okay. So we need... I don't think we need CC, right? Will Summoner get little tweaks or waiting for an all-at-once update? It'll be all at once. Yeah. Hey, man, bro, good to see you. Happy New Year to you as well. But Zikar, I mean, the good news is Summoner update's coming, right? Like, that's the biggie. That's the biggie. Looking for 2 more HC entrance. DPS. DPS and CC. You have an 11 enchanter? Bring it on. Bring it on. It's Halnir entrance, so, you know, anywhere from like level 10 to 14 or so would be cool. Will Necro have pet masteries? They will. Yes. Yes. But will Summoner update be soon to get in a few months test before wipe? That's the real question. It will definitely be before the wipe, yeah, for sure. And will be, I think there will definitely be sufficient time to test it and feel it out before the wipe, yeah. Yes. Oh, you got your level 15 Ranger. There it is. There it is. Let's get 11 Enchanter and 15 Ranger. Come on down, guys. Oh, I need to reply. P. Yeah. That's level 10's fine. I mean, it'll be interesting, but it'll be fine. Okay, we've got our group. So invite. Okay, so we're waiting on You logged in beneath the world? Are you still falling? Joppa, you maybe love Necro, just got Ripstick yesterday. Did you really? Nice, Gwimcha. Dude, Necro's so fun. Necro's so fun. And once we're done with this kind of like tank pass, I'm excited to get stuck back into Necro. I miss it a lot. Okay, stuck behind. All right, so you're coming on Caradris. Let You Live. What is your character's name? Kind of like it. Nice. Oh. 5 hours into 2026 already. Austerin. Okay. How is 2026 so far? What can you report? What do your elf eyes see? Okay, there we go. Jordan. Okay, I'm here. Yeah, I appreciate that. Trying to do twinkless as twinkless as possible. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not the end of the world, but you know. Is the monk class unpopular? No, I don't think so. But one of the biggest gripes on monk right now is that we need to improve how the feign death mechanic works. But I think monks are in a pretty solid place at the moment. They're excellent DPS. Oh, I should probably sell, huh? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I should probably feed my character. I mean, you know, whatever. Maybe. Maybe. Functional Parrot, good to see you. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much. Who else plans to main a Gnome Wizard? I am very excited to try a Gnome Wizard. I am definitely going to be playing a Gnome Necromancer. I know that. Is there anything I even... let's save the runes. The runes. Oh, guys, I got my first Mastery Shard, by the way. My very first looted Mastery Shard I got today, actually. Crazy. Variable. Thank you so much for the tier 1 and the 6-month tier 1. That is huge. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so that's pretty much everything, huh? Rune. Do have a juicy apple. Did pick one of those up. I haven't been doing really anything trade skill wise, gathering or crafting on this character. So okay. Who did we lose? We lost somebody. Who left? Who do we lose? We have healer, CC, or no. Sopater. You're coming back, right? You think you're bugged? Okay. All right, let's sell. Let me get my game volume up here. I'll keep that. Is the Footman's Lance a good schematic? Should I care about that? Why did I sell those? I didn't mean to. It's fine. Ooh, 13 silver. Okay. Let's go bank. Reinvite Soper. Right, let's drop these few things off really quick. We can get rid of these. This. Guys, I'm going to be so squishy as a tank. But I'm a paladin, though, right? So maybe not. That's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, actually. Okay. Be definitely very interesting to compare it to the warrior. Will there be any updates between now and the big spring update, or are things pretty much locked until then? Oh, there will definitely be updates between now and then. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we're not... I mean, what... Here, let's do this. Hey, Naos, thanks so much for hanging out. So we have, I'm just looking at what we've announced in the roadmap, just kind of refreshing myself on that. The Nightfall Crypt we have coming soon. We've got the Summoner class updates. We have couple of, I don't know, potentially cool things in the works that will be dropping here and there along the way. And trying to think of what I can talk about. Our Paladin's going to get a res. They will eventually get a res, yes. It will be... It won't be as good, but they will. Anyway, but yeah, Taxiderm, short answer, yes. Short answer is yes. Running it on Twink 10 Wizard out to AT as a backup. Cool. Ardbug, yeah. Great. Shazlin, thank you so much for the tier 1 and the 6 months. Very appreciated. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Any plans for the Dark Lord? Yeah, Marino, yes. So, all the tanks are kind of in view as we're doing this this pass here. You know, we're getting all the classes ready for the spring update. We have Mastery coming online. So all the classes need that kind of refresh pass and, you know, healers for sure. But, I mean, all of them, every class does. But right now we're doing Summoner. Summoner is kind of the main focus right now. We're getting all of our plans in order for our tanks. And Dire Lord is part of that. Yes, indeed. Am I a developer for the game? I am. I am the creative director and the lead designer. Go ahead and just take care of business here. One of the things I've been paying really close attention to is the feel and the flow of the tank classes. It's kind of a theme for me. I felt that a lot with the Rogue, where I was trying to kind of like figure out, you know, how do I want to open my fights? You know, what are the first things that I'm doing in the first 5-10 seconds of a fight? And with tanks, it's interesting because tanks for me, you know, if you've been watching the warrior stuff, you know, you've heard me talk about the fact that I don't play tanks often in a real deep way, dedicated way. But one of the things that I've found in my play style and my approach to tanks is I like having kind of a clear way of getting control of a target when I first engage with it. You know, getting that threat locked down, getting it locked down, and kind of having a good feel for how to do that from fight to fight. And then beyond that, just kind of I'm keeping an eye on like how, I don't know, like how flowy the abilities feel. And one thing I've noticed with the Paladin, I'm going to try to just make it in here. This could be a big mistake, but I'm going to try. Hey, just let me play. Good to see you. Hey, I had a great Christmas. I hope you did as well. Really glad to see you here. There's Kikalik. Kikalik. This trot is gross. Yeah, we're planning on revisiting the horse movement states. I like giving low-level players items that have a higher level requirement than they are to give them something to race for. Would you accept that? Oh, like would I accept it on my character? Probably not. Rotonuts, you feel like it has a great flow? Yeah, I'm still trying to get a good feel for it, and I don't know, you know, I'm not sure when that happens yet. It's starting to take a little bit of shape. The flow, that is. Cold start as the sun rises. No. A warm day ahead. Oh, it's a cold start, but there's a warm day ahead of you. Gotcha. In 2026. Yeah, the tail. Dickie J, the tail. Hear you on the tail. I hear you on the tail. What's my favorite class across all the games so far? Gosh, that's so hard. That's hard. There's things that I like about all of them. Oh, what's my favorite class across all games? Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, it's doing a favorite's going to be really hard. So I'll do a top 3. I'll try to do a top 3. Top 3 favorites would be, and there's a whole lot of like, you know, there could be anyway, a whole lot of explanation that would go into this answer for context, or like what my criteria is, but it would be the EQ1 Necromancer, the EQ1 Bard, and the Holy Paladin in the Wrath of the Lich King WoW era. Those would be my top 3. Now, the EQ1 Enchanter, I did go back and play the EQ1 Enchanter up to high 40s during one of my P99 runs. And yeah, like I'm not putting it in my top 3 because it lacks the nostalgia power that the other classes that I played originally back in the day have. But yeah, it's a great class. It was a great class, and it worked so well in the framework of EverQuest. That setting is part of what made it great. Man of Rohan, are you en route? Do you need help? Is this game very old school vibe like EverQuest? It's intended to be, yes, a very old school kind of classic MMO spirited. But it's not meant to be kind of an exact representation or recreation of EverQuest. It's actually meant to be kind of a fusion between vanilla EQ era, like trilogy EQ, and classic World of Warcraft. That if vanilla era EQ and classic WoW, I don't want to say had a baby because it's not, I don't know, I feel like that might be taking it too far, but it's trying to kind of create a current modern MMO experience that pulls the best and kind of the stuff that made the secret sauce, the special secret sauce from both of those games in those eras, and create kind of a what could have been, you know, what could have been an evolution of EverQuest that took a lot of what WoW did to advance the genre and introduce quality of life and polish, fluidity, responsiveness, depth in combat, various things, but not lose the DNA that made EverQuest and those early classic MMOs so special. Yeah. Or that, yeah. Just let me play. Oh. It's funny. People say Vanguard a lot too. Which is funny to me because I never really played Vanguard. Most of you know this, but I dabbled in it. I followed the development of it like crazy. Dabbled in it, but I never played it really. Past like I think level 20 was my highest character. Level 20 monk. Got a blood mage into like the mid-teens. That's pretty much it. But I do know that we are intentionally avoiding some of the things that Vanguard did. On purpose, you know, because there are some things that Vanguard did that I don't really love. A great example would be quest hubs, you know, and a predominantly like quest-driven leveling system. The other things I remember not loving in Vanguard were, I mean, a lot of it stemmed from the quest hub type approach. That I think that fundamentally does a lot to change the way a game feels, because a lot of the itemization progression was tied to quest progression. I know that if I remember correctly, because I remember it was in Pantheon's early high-level design document before Brad and I worked on it together and made those like 2016 tweaks. There was a lot of this notion of like concentric circles of content where the world was kind of a gradient of levels, and as you went out, you kind of naturally, you know, there weren't the same pockets of like high and low level stuff mixed together. Maybe there were some exceptions to that, but I don't even have insight on my bar. Yoink. Sorry, I have no way to... Oh, wait. I do have this. Hold on. Haven't tanked on this guy yet, so give me a sec. Bright Lance is cool, by the way. I really like how that turned out, how that feels. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Condemning Blow. Okay, one thing I did pick up is that I definitely want to be using this. This is great for threat. Flanking Blow, Condemning Blow. Yeah, bonus threat. Let's test out Exposure. Okay. So we're going to open with... Hold on. Austin. Hunter's Vow. I'm gonna back up here a little bit so I can get Condemning Blow. Oh, nope. Man, these things still don't have insight on the bar. Hey, hold up on pulling for just a sec. Let me get kind of locked in here. Because I want to actually feel the tankingness of this. I want to. Do we have a puller? I can pull. Give me a second. Give me a second. Do I not have insight? Okay. Guys, I don't know. I'm gonna need to run and get it. I'm ashamed. Why is this thing... Yeah, I'll just for the sake of like staying in the pocket here, if you want to bring me the insight scroll, I guess. I didn't. Uh-oh. I didn't pick it up yet because, as we all know, spells are expensive. And I'm dead. All right. It's fine. Guys, this is just the starting point, right? We're good. We're good. Let me finish my thought. The Vanguard stuff, yes. So the concentric circles of content, I remember Vanguard had what I feel like anyway were like linked NPCs. Maybe I'm misremembering that. But I think the thing that hit me first, like the very first thing that hit me with Vanguard was, because I really liked World of Warcraft, but what I was looking for with Vanguard was something more like EverQuest. Like, I liked WoW for what it was, and I enjoyed, the quest progression and the quest hub type stuff in WoW, but I didn't want it in Vanguard because I wanted Vanguard to feel more like EQ. And I don't know that I ever got past that. You know? Hey, Joan, I'm going to actually drop these. Like, I want you to be here. I think I totally missed your tell earlier, but yeah, like, definitely please be here. But I'm going to drop everything that I don't get buff from the group with, just to try to keep it as legit as possible. I do have Hymn of Devotion, so that's up now. I don't mind so much of like other members of the group get those buffs. I just want to feel for myself like what the tanking feels like without it, just with like group only buffs. Yeah, tank without taunt. I have I think I have somebody bringing me the insight scroll right now. I just didn't pick it up. I totally intended to pick it up, but I didn't. Okay, but until we get insight, let's take a look at what we got going on. So we've got vigilance. Vigilance is interesting. This one I feel like really belongs more on the cleric, to be honest. But we'll play around with it and see how it feels. So create a bond of celestial light with a target ally for 10 minutes, causing certain abilities to restore health to that ally when used. Additionally, 10% of the effective healing from your abilities will apply to your bonded target. Okay, so we'll kind of keep an eye on like who needs that the most. Light guard, we want to make a little more. I'm still trying to get a feel for my key bindings. Let's do this. This really, okay. I want to keep it consistent with my warrior, so we're actually going to make light guard Q. Dalinar, how much was it? One silver? Okay. Thank you so much for doing that. Okay, light guard Q. We need this. We'll do shift mouse 5. No, let's do this. A and shift G. Okay. Wink. Don't need this. All right, let's get insight in. What do I have? Taunt. Oh, taunt is. That's right. So we'll put taunt at G. And then. Oh, man. We'll do shift middle mouse for Wrath. Action. Okay. Does that feel good? I don't have Wrath to do it. Man, there's Avenger's Vow would be nice to have on a hotkey too, though, you know? I wish we had shift mouse up, shift mouse wheel up, and shift mouse wheel down as bindable. We could do. Ooh, we could do shift V for that. Let's do that. Shift V. Is it still bound to auto attack? Sorry guys, we're almost done. I think we're good. I think we're good. I'm just catching up on chat real quick. If Pantheon comes through with what they are promising on the roadmap, I think it can stand on its own. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys, just catching up on chat really quick. I didn't mind the quest hub so much in the Vanguard. It didn't seem super theme parky, mostly because there were so many options. I just remembered too. Sorry, my ADD is going wild right now. I want to slide this up just a hair. Okay. All right. I think Adrenalin's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. I've always said I think Adrenalin is the most faithful EverQuest like experience, whatever you would want to call it. Let's just get rid of this real quick. Incoming. Pull 2 so you can mess something. Yeah. Oh. No, that's the whole thing. What did I change it to? Oh, yeah. Shift middle mouse. I need Wrath, though. Shift B. Now, Fervent Strike... Hold on. Fervent Strike, minor threat. So we've got our threat opener. Shift G. We don't have Condemning Blow in the mix. Maybe since we have a healer, maybe I don't use this right now. Generates additional threat. All right. Let's keep moving. Condemning Blow. Oop. Shift mouse 5 for Righteous Flame. Gotta remember that one. Okay. Condemning Blow's been super handy for you for threat? Okay. One thing I wish Pantheon would lead into more is what Eminem and Adrenaline have for early levels, collecting drops from lobby mobs for an initial set of quest gear. That can take hours of play, but it feels good. Yeah. Yeah, we agree. We agree. No, 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 no. All right. Get these spiders cleared out. Okay. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I totally got the creepers. Creepers did me in. Creepers did me in. Sorry, guys. Drang, I'm trying to figure it out myself. I'll probably, I might, you know, ask for some input at some point, but I'm trying to figure it out myself. So, I mean, essentially, like, the thing I want to try to remember to do first. So, expose is a huge amount of threat. It's not always going to be that way. I think that's something that we've been talking about adjusting. But for now, anyway, you've got expose. Dropping Wrathful Aegis on the ground. So that's cooking. Thank you for the res. I appreciate it. Oop. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. And then Condemning Blow, Smite, you know, these Fervent Strike, these things. But you got to get in Righteous Flame. That needs to go. Yeah. I think early level quest items, or like armor and gear that can drop from quests, I think it's a great idea. Taunt. All right, so let's do expose. We don't have enough wrath for Wrathful Aegis. Now we do. Condemning Blow, Fervent Strike, get a smite down. Let's get our Righteous Flame going, even though we really want to do that before we do smite, so we can start reducing its cooldown right away. Grats. Well, something happened to that fight. Okay, we have enough wrath now to drop. So let's get expose. Expose, please. Thank you. Drop Wrathful Aegis. Condemning Blow. Might. Fervent Strike. Another Condemning Blow in the mix. Now we're kind of flowy. We can do another. Oh, I'm getting low. Maybe we do need maybe we do need Faithful Strike. Maybe Faithful Strike is enough threat. I don't know. Let's try that instead of Condemning Blow. I can always get some Oath Flames in there too if I need to. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Commander Mohan, I can do that, actually. I can. Got that one again. Okay. Okay. Man, chat is bopping. These are the kind of discussions that I want to have, and like I love these conversations. But I you know, I don't want to keep dying. All right. We do plan to have a hunt board or a task board like that, Joskar. Yeah, I think that will add a lot to have that in the various villages, and then it updates from time to time. So it's just something to come and check. Turn it around. Shift mouse 5 for that. Yep. Okay. How dare you? You see what this dude did? He ran right before he started his ravage. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So the thing about lighting, and this is, it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Like, we've made decisions about lighting based on, ultimately, like, there's going to, at some point, be a trade-off between performance and how well things hold up at scale. Like, were we to turn on all of the bells and whistles, Pantheon would look ridiculously good. Like dynamic lighting, dynamic shadows, like ray tracing, the whole 9 yards. And eventually we will expose those options for people that have beefier PCs. But the thing you have to keep in mind is, like, when you have all of those things together, it adds up. And every game, whether it's Adrenaline, M&M, Pantheon, AOC, like, the only game I've played so far is Adrenaline. I don't know how M&M or AOC runs, and I don't know what it's going to be like when there are 100, 200 players on the screen at one time. All of these things factor in. So if it's just a beauty contest, like, Pantheon definitely is not right now. It's not. You don't have a lot of those options available to you. Because we just haven't done a pass on that part of the UI yet. But it'll be interesting to see once we do expose all that and you're able to turn on all the bells and whistles, how it'll look. But it's always a question of performance. I mean, you guys have seen from back in the day, like, streams where we had dynamic shadows and stuff like that. So I mean, it's not like we haven't had that before. That's not what I wanted to do. Come on now. Come on, muscle memory. That's something we are very, very seriously working to address right now, is the visual progression, the visual item progression. might have two here. Oh, just one. I think a really good question to ask, and I mean, it's obviously one that we have thought through quite a bit, is what does an EQ successor even really mean? Like, what does that look like? I imagine it's one of those things that's going to look different to different people. But I know for me, like, that's what Vanguard was supposed to be, at least. And it did not feel that way to me. And that kind of killed it for me early on. This might be ding. Yeah, it's ding. Wait, what do we get at 12? Some good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, the gear is totally one of the biggest gripes. What are my thoughts on the M&M camp system? You mean the campfires? Oh, don't pull with edict, pull with smite. I got you. That makes sense. I only have 9 AC on my legs, but there's 1 stamina on it, so I kind of want to keep it. Come on now. What was EQ trying to do? Oh, I did it again. Not what was EQ trying to do, not what did it do? I mean, yeah. What was EQ trying to do? I don't know. I don't know what EQ was trying to do. I don't know that they knew what they were trying to do. Yeah, I did it again. I mean, I know when you really strip it all down, EQ was trying to take the experience of playing a mud and the kind of world building and quests and immersion and all the things that a mud does, and they were wanting to make it a graphical experience. I think that EQ, from my understanding, I think EQ took a lot of its cues and its timings and its formulas to an extent, or at least kind of the concept of its formulas and logic from a couple of specific MUDs. And their goal was to try and their goal was less to like create a new thing in terms of like a gameplay experience, and more to pioneer making it a visual experience. So taking the foundation of a MUD and making it even more immersive by making it visual. And so I think a lot of the things that we look at and consider to be MMO staples were things that translated well through that process. The hammer would be good. Oh, did it drop one of those awesome hammers? Sick. I do need that. Somebody pick it up. Vigilance is supposed to be for your target. I don't think it works on you. At least I've tried it before and it hasn't worked on me, so thanks guys. That's awesome. That is sick. But I think that's why, you know, a lot of people refer to EQ as kind of like this accident, this happy accident in a way, in a lot of it, because we were able to find the things that truly translated well. But when I think of what EQ is trying to do, I think of what MUDs were trying to do, and that was to present like an immersive world that you could live in and experience and explore and engage with. You know? Oh, man. Every time. But in the years that have passed since EQ, I think that's the tension to me between something like EverQuest and something like what World of Warcraft started to introduce, which is depth of world and depth of systems and progression. And World of Warcraft, with their class design, with their combat mechanics, with their talent system, like they really started to introduce more of a depth of progression and depth of systems. And one dex, one con. Yeah, we'll take those. It's a lot of AC. And they look cooler. That little bit of a darker shade of brown, am I right? Am I right? Did it again? I mean, actually, I can do that and then expose, right? Yeah. Or no. There we go. This is the result of watching bars. Because my muscle memory's not there yet, I'm looking down, trying to kind of like remember what I need to do, and I miss ravages going on. And I think what you have to do with all of these games that are in development is, you know, obviously there's precedent to judge them for what they are right now, but you know, you have to try to imagine, like, for example, what Pantheon's going to be like when our starting cities are in play and the verisimilitude of the world is intact, and you know, it's I don't know. I'm disappointed at what a lot of the discussion around the various games has become, because it's, you know, if anybody, if we're all being honest with ourselves, like all of the games that people are currently looking forward to, they need more time. Like they just do. They're not finished. They're not done. And so much of the conversation is about which games are more done, as if those are the ones that are better. When in reality, like, they all are going to be better and they all are going to be more. And so it's about like what, when you look down, when you examine the horizon and you imagine the games being more done, you know, I think at the very least that's a better kind of thing to work off of. There seems to be so much like tribalism right now about, like, you know, it's only this game or only that game, and I don't really understand that. I mean, I understand it, but I don't agree with it. Scavenger. Mm. And of course, when I'm tanking like this, I don't know how much what I'm saying is actually making sense. How much is coherent? So there's that as well. I mean, we could probably try, I don't know. I was gonna say we could try moving down, but I don't know if I trust myself. Yeah. Yeah, I am. I am. I don't know how this pull would go. I'm a little bit hesitant to try it, especially with respawns. But at the same time, pickings are slim. Here we go. Come on now. Muscle memory. Don't fail me. Just roll my face across the keyboard. That's that always works out for you as a healer. Okay. I didn't, yeah. You know, I mean, that's why you guys are here, to remind me of things that I should not forget. Simple truths like that. You know? So I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Cabalist incoming. Those bracers would actually be an upgrade. Nope. I'll do it. All right, let's see what the damage breakdown is here. 225. Okay, it's not terrible. Pantheon, for me, does a wonderful job of presenting a fantasy world I want to spend time in and explore. Good. I'm glad. And in the same breath, I will say this: like, the development of this game and all games is very iterative, and what I expect from Badia de Cara is, so it's kind of like when we released Black Rose Keep, and you guys. And to an extent, I would say, okay, my sweet Christmas. I always forget how insane these little dudes are. Which I love. I do, but, ooh. When we released Black Rose Keep, I think it was kind of a moment where it was a level of set dressing and kind of lived-in-ness that set a new bar. And I think Black Rose Keep and Wild Bloods and our various dungeons, I mean, obviously they are going to benefit immensely from a lot of the changes coming up in the spring with the unified NPCs and like all the stuff we've talked about. And I think those dungeons will be revisited by many and will be much more enjoyable. But it was kind of this new kind of level, right? And, you know, the Wild Bloods were similar in a way where, you know, we had like, you know, the totems and the proximity effects, and again, you know, set dressing and kind of a lived-in-ness and a thematic kind of execution visually that my hope anyway is that these are setting kind of a new precedent, a new expectation. Badia de Cara, in terms of like what I would say and how I would describe it here out loud is when you guys visit the Port of Rulun, once it's been kind of, you know, updated to take Badia de Cara into account, and you visit some of these places within Badia de Cara that we're developing, it should yet again set a new bar and a new precedent for this verisimilitude that I keep harping on of when you go to an area, you want to feel the imprint of that area. Why are the people there? Who are they? You know, what is their day-to-day life? What do they like and dislike? What are their life goals? You know, this degree of detail in the world and in a place really giving itself to the players. Right now, you go to Dimith, you go to Avelia, you know, go to these places, and like, I mean, yeah, there's some stuff in there if you hunt for it, interactions that you can have and learn about this person, that person a little bit, but it doesn't really like, you don't really get a good sense of like, well, what is Dimith? What is its place in the world? Why are the people that live here here? You know, what are they on about? There's going to be a new bar set. And my hope is that as we progressively are setting these new bars, that it doesn't, I mean, again, it's all about like, where is the game going? Because you will see people that will live and die right now on like the fact that we're lacking a lot of these things. But my response to that is like, well, if we had said like, yeah, and this is kind of what it's going to be, like it's never going to go anywhere from here, it's always going to be this, then okay. But it's an area of major improvement that is coming, that we are building, and we're trying to create a very detailed game, a very environmentally detailed game. And we need to fill the world and the denizens with as much detail. So we're going to get there. Oh, the Ravager? Ooh, yes, please. Yes, please. That's an upgrade over what I had. Just flesh. Do I want these gloves or do I want my skin? Decisions. Yeah, Deaver, we are too. I mean, yeah, very excited. TG. Oh, no, we definitely have expansion content kind of theorized for sure. We have a sense of where things are going, where things could and should go. Yeah. Okay, I mean, it's starting to kind of click a little bit better now. The flow's starting to kind of settle in, which is nice. I love the Bright Lance. I really like that ability a lot. Nice little ranged, like, pseudo execute. Another hammer? Nice. We should probably move in, guys, to be honest. I feel a little bit better about doing that. I mean, I could probably, like, just... No? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Hello? Let's try to make it down to the actual, like, crossroads, if we can. We got two. Well, Clunky. Is that... Oh, okay. So I'll pull it to me. This is the one that we're on. I feel like Righteous Flame should not be on global. I'd love to be able to pop Righteous Flame and go right into a smite without having to wait. Come here. Whew. Ender's Vow, please. Ugh. What killed me? That wasn't Ravage, was it? No, no, no. Did I think it would take this long for a guild to complete the BRK dynamic event? Yes and no. I think we could have done a better job and should have done a better job. Little bit of a better job. Thank you for the res. Of giving a sense of... Does anyone need this belt? How to spawn the red room boss. That's a great example of like where perception and little clues can do a little bit more. It's just a 4 AC. It's just a 4 AC belt. It's not special. It's just AC. But if somebody needs, if someone doesn't have a belt, then happy to roll on it. It's not. It just, the red room being in play would have made it a lot quicker. I think it would have made it a lot quicker to actually get it to spawn, but it's definitely not a requirement. All right, I'll take the belt. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I could get used to that, by the way, you know, like, hey, you're the tank. You're the tank. You know, you need this stuff. You need this stuff. You're the tank. I'm fine with that. All right, let's move down. That was the wrong button. I meant to pop Lance and popped Light Guard. All right, we'll rest up. Christopher Walken. I don't know. I don't know about that. I need Wrath. Need Wrath. I'm really excited once we get into our update cadence as well. Can start showing you guys like things that we're working on. You want to be really careful though. Like I really want to do a good job of not giving too much away, but just enough to kind of like, you know, I think we can still improve in that area. All right, here we go. Get rid of this. We can move up. You ready? You able? Mm-hmm. But I'm excited because like we're getting to a point now where we could potentially do things like in the Port of Verlun, for example. I could tell you guys quite a bit about the various different NPCs that live in there. Could tell you quite a bit about some of the local legends and the myths that, you know, circulate around the port. Could tell you quite a bit about, you know, the underground kind of... Ooh. Hold on. Hit it. Ah! Didn't have the thing targeted. Ravage, watch out. So it'd be cool to do, you know, as an update, for example, we could do like kind of a dossier or something like that on... Hello? Oh, it's Mez, sorry. Come on, threat. Oh, threat! And I think the first time that you guys experience a starting city in Pantheon, I think it's gonna be another one of those kind of like, okay, you know, because yeah, like being able to start in Throne Fast, being able to have a proper like newbie yard experience, a shared experience in Throne Fast or Fairthale, or, you know, I think that's gonna go a long way to shoring up some of the things that don't feel quite as they should at the moment. Hey guys, let's do this. Tell you what, let's move up to the safe spot. I need a quick bio break, and then we'll kind of recalibrate. Moments are measured in coin, friend, and my shop is open. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. We'll save the stuff that has stats on it, just to be safe. So what's your dev design mind telling you so far about the Paladin class? Great question. Let me do a quick bio break, and I'll answer you when I return. Be right back. All right, we're back. We're back. Let's start with the Paladin. And then I want to address this, what I just saw here, this conversation about the most important NPC, or the most important character, or the most important, you know, whatever aspect of an MMO, of an RPG, or whatever is the world. The most important character in Pantheon is Terminus, that kind of thing. I want to talk about that too. But first, the Paladin. The Paladin is busy. It's a busy class. At level 12, do I need an 8 AC helm? Yeah, I do, actually. I've got a 4 AC hood. I need a helm. Helm. Thank you so much. The Paladin's busy. Do we need, okay, so Spock, when you leave, you're gone, right? Like, you're not taking a break, you're actually gone. So we need another healer. Okay. Roger. Let's see who we can find. If there are any healers. Let's filter by... Let's try clerics first. Level 17 cleric. That's a little high, though. Druids. 16 druid. 16 druid. What's up, Turin? Poor healer's tried his best to keep Joppa alive. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that, Spock. By the way. 20 shaman. Okay, so I mean, as far as like people actively looking for group, 16 druid looks to be the most viable level range wise anyway. Ghetto Vegeta. It's a nice name. Ghetto Vegeta. So again, what I'm looking for, and I've talked about this a little bit, but I don't like heavy rotation based combat. And when I say rotation, what I mean is a constant cyclical rotation that has a looping start and end point. So when I'm in combat, this is my opener, and then I'm walking through a full rotation up until the last thing that I do, which then resets my rotation back to the beginning, and then I rinse and repeat, and I walked through that full sequence. That I don't like. That we will not be doing. What I do kind of like, because remember, we're not, like, EverQuest had very few actions per minute. I mean, in some, like, if you're a warrior, and certainly before AAs and whatnot, if you're a warrior, you've got taunt and kick. That's it. I'm trying to make sure that's it. Like, maybe, pretty sure that's it. A rogue, you have backstab and maybe a hide in there to, you know, drop some threat or whatever. Monks had a little bit more. Yeah, bash. Thank you, bash and slam. So, but very low actions per minute. Because you had very few abilities, especially for your melee classes that you were using in combat, and for your caster classes as well, you had a lot of, you know, casted abilities, You didn't have a whole lot of like reactionary abilities that I can remember, or instant cast abilities. And so even for casters that had several more abilities, you had fewer actions per minute. Hey, what's up, Mr. Still Rose? Good to see you. Black Lotus, good to see you as well. Welcome. Good to see you guys. Happy New Year's Eve. Interested in seeing how you feel on Paladin at 16 when you get unleashed? Yeah. I am interested to see it. Okay, yeah, so what I was going to say with all that, where I was going there is, what I like are mini rotations. The small, mini as in small. Or like pulses, where, for example, I like the feeling, I like the idea that as I... Okay, it's like, what is that little rat doing up here? That as I engage in combat, and I was kind of getting to this point with my warrior, I know kind of the initial things that I'm doing. Like I have this kind of thing that I do, and it's not long, or it's, you know, it's not like a ton of different button presses, but it's just kind of like, I know when I engage with something, this is what I do. I'm trying to find that on the Paladin, and I haven't found it yet. That doesn't mean anything other than I just need more time on the class. It took me a little while to find it on the warrior too, and even the warrior, sometimes it can be a little clunky. But that's kind of what I was doing with the rogue, right? Like where, you know, I don't love the build up for opportunity, use sinister strikes, build up for more opportunity, and then shadowfall, and then that whole build up is a little bit, you know, something that we're kind of thinking through. But once you get to the point where you're ready to shadowfall, then it's like, okay, boom, shadowfall, blackjack kick, corrosive brew, bloodletter, twin fangs, and then you're chilling, you know. Then you're backstabbing, and you're kind of like, you know, you're doing things as needed. You've got this kind of pocket of time to like, do I need to CC something? You know, do I need to reposition? Like, you're kind of in that flow state, and then every so often you have another pulse of a little pulse that you do. I like that. I like having things like that. So I'm trying to feel that out on the Paladin, and I don't think I've felt it yet, but I do know that Paladins are very action heavy. They're very, there's a lot of things to use, and part of what I'm going to be kind of looking for is like, where does that flow state kick in? How many abilities am I using to do it? And then of course the major question of like, do they feel Paladin-y? You know, does it really feel like it's hitting that vibe? There's some things, some updates that we're going to be doing for the warrior that I think are going to really kind of help them feel unique and a little more vibey as like that commander weapon master type class. So that's my answer right now. Not super specific on anything, but that's just kind of where my head is right now. Any healers want to join up? Look at me standing on the edge getting aggro. It's fine. Here we go, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure why the scout's moving so slowly, to be honest. One of the things that feels clunky to me with the Paladin at the moment is the inclusion of Righteous Flame. I don't know if that feels the same way for you guys or not, but... Hey, what's up, Nicodemus? Good to see you, man. Happy New Year to you as well. Lots of good stuff to look forward to in 2026. Yeah. Yeah. I would say all around, yes, indeed. What's up, Wolf Hassan? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm glad to hear that, Super Jawa. Yo, Discordia, what is up? So glad you could make it live. That's awesome. Hey, Joppa, curious if you're spending any time checking out any of these other new MMOs that are around and if they drive your creativity in any way. They definitely do. And I definitely am from a distance. I haven't really had time to like get super into playing them. Like Ashes of Creation is one that I'm getting a lot of messages and just hearing a lot of chatter about like, hey, you really need to check out this class or this thing that they do. I've heard that quite a bit. So I do want to do that. I just need more time in my day. I need more time. But yeah, Rose Maris, I'm not... Feel free to say if you have any specifically in mind that you were curious about. Okay, we've got a healer coming, guys. We've got a level 13 cleric coming to take over for Spock. I will try to pull... Let me see if I can yoink a few of these up here. Well, do you want to just... well, this could be bad. We'll see how it goes. Sorry if I wipe us. It is what it is. It is what it is. That's what you want to hear a tank say, right? Hey, sorry guys if I wipe us. It is what it is. You know. I don't know if anything else pulled with it or not. I love that Bright Lance. If we get that Bright Lance to have a really cool VFX of like an actual like kind of like lance that like shoots out and impales it, that would be sick. Happy New Year from Malta. Sick. That's so cool. What's up, Lorenzo? Happy New Year to you as well. Happy New Year. How are you enjoying the Paladin? I've not played mine in 6 months or so, but enjoyed it very much when I was playing it. I mean, I am enjoying it for sure. It's very strong. Like it feels very strong. I mean, especially like leveling up and stuff when I've, you know, soloing and compared to the warrior, it is very strong. And I'm happy. So when I did the last Paladin update, where, you know, we introduced a lot of the new abilities for the class and kind of gave it some of its more recent mechanics and whatnot, things like Welling Wrath and Unleash and some of the new heals and various things. Like I'm relatively pleased at where it's at, but I have this very peculiar, like, when it comes to really settling in on a class and really getting excited about it, I have this need to, like, understand its flow. And I'm sure that's probably the same for most people. And it's interesting to kind of explain, like, when you're designing a class and you're designing a class on paper and you're implementing things and testing things, and you get as close as you can to what you understand and feel as a flow. But what I've been finding, you know, as I've been playing through these classes and doing these different kind of deep dive playthroughs is, you know, it sometimes you think you've got it and you don't quite have it yet. And it takes some time and some real nuance to feel it. We probably do need to go pick them up, yeah. So one of the things right off the rip for the Paladin is they get so many things so much faster than the Warrior does. They get so many abilities, and they become, you know, potentially a very busy class much faster than the Warrior does. And the way Warriors hold aggro and do their thing is quite a bit, you know, to me anyway, it's quite a bit simpler than what I'm doing here on the Paladin right now. And, you know, guys, so much of this comes back to, like, the pacing, too, because TTK is so fast, and spikiness of damage and stuff is so fast that, like, you know, one of the things that I really love and want and have wanted to accentuate with the Paladin is more, like, threat through healing. It doesn't mean that they have to, like, do a ton of healing or rival a cleric in their healing ability, but ooh. Hey now. Leather helm, dex and charisma. Anyone need? Let me actually send the message. That would be good. I'm going to loot it just in case. But in the current, like, you know, right now, I don't feel like I have time to even process or, like, you know, that I might, you know, need to heal myself or whatever. So I don't know if that makes sense, but Brute, grats. There it is. Oh, I didn't even look at the... Sorry, didn't even look at the requirements. Yo. Hey, I got my first, yeah. I like it. I'm kind of digging the elf vibe, guys. Kind of digging it. Let me see if I can... pulling, by the way, just so everybody knows. Heads up. Oh. Ooh. Sorry. Did he do it twice? Did... Why did it seem like he did it twice? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the stalker jumped behind me, backstabbed me. I don't know. It's okay though. I'm just bound in Wild's End. It's fine. And I don't have any money. So, we're good. We're good. I did say I was going to wipe the group. That's right. I did. So, you know, Spock, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. I need to let our replacement cleric know. All right. Oh yeah, let's get back to the question of the world as a character. And Nicodemus, your question just reminded me of that. You asked like what mechanics from Zelda have been an inspiration, and a lot of them have been like world interaction mechanics. So one of the things that I love Zelda. I mean, you guys know that. It's hugely nostalgic for me. There's just a lot that I love. Beyond Zelda, or larger than Zelda though, is a love for like a Metroidvania style game where you have this sense of like being able to progressively open up more of the world to you as you progress your character. And so game mechanics from Zelda, for example, like bombs, like something as simple as seeing a cracked wall, knowing that you can open it with a bomb and be able to go inside. The idea, things like the hook shot. Hook shot was one of the most like, the hook shot and the Titan's Mitt from Link to the Past were, I mean, granted, I was very young, but like they just captured my imagination so much because it was this idea that I have this tool, these tools that allow me to go places I couldn't go before. And fundamentally, that's one of the biggest kinds of inspiration that games like Zelda, even, ideas of like Mega Man, for example, where you gain these items, these weapons that, give you the ability to break blocks with your helmet or dash under things with your dash, and you're now like so much of the world kind of opens up to you again. I love that. And I would love for us to find a way to really capture that. So that's a big one for sure. Big one. And I mean, it's a journey because not every single player mechanic or idea or whatever translates well to an MMO. But I think it's a really good well to pull from, to draw from, for inspiration, for sure. Boomerang, yeah. Oh yeah. But going back to the question of like the world, what's interesting to me, and you guys may not agree with this, but World of Warcraft is a really interesting example of a game that has insanely deep lore, right? Insanely deep lore. A very fleshed out world. I mean, there's just, that's where Red Shirt Guy was born, right? Like, there's a lot to know and understand about the world of Warcraft, and yet I had a very different experience with feeling connected to the world in WoW than I did in EQ. And I think that's an interesting thing to think about. Like, why? So, oh, by the way, Woodpipes, thank you so much for the Prime and the 4 months. Hi, Joppa, so excited for the spring update. How much change can each class anticipate? Is it mostly cosmetic, or will there be fundamental changes to certain classes? And will we get a preview of those changes at some point? I'll try to answer these. So, how much change can each class anticipate? It will vary, but these are meaningful changes. They're not just fluff. These are meaningful changes. This is making sure every class is fleshed out up to 50. This is making sure that I know hey, it's in the stream tags. Like when you watch one of my streams, there's ADHD will abound. It's a meaningful amount of change, some more, some less. Will we get a preview of those changes at some point? Yes, absolutely we will. And thank you for the Prime. Pantheon gets a lot of flack. And I know a lot of it comes from this place of like, you know, you guys have been in development X years. This should be, by now, should be. And, you know, that, like I've said many times, like, there's really not a whole lot to say there. Like, I think that'll be something people say forever. You know, like, man, that game was in development a long time. And the reality is, a lot of games will share that same kind of reality. You know, it can be said of AOC. It can be said of Pantheon. It can be said of, you know, I hesitate to say anything about Star Citizen. I think that's just a very very different kind of situation. But we get a lot of flack for things like, you know, you don't have a starting city. You don't have a single starting city. You don't have a single finish zone. And therefore, the world does not feel immersive. Now, aside from the starting zone, aside from the starting city, I should say, and it's one of the reasons why I love starting in Wild's End. I love starting in Sorhireth. I love being able to see it, you know, up in the trees and kind of find it at night. And like, I'm envisioning, you know, when we have a little bit more in the surrounding area around the city on the ground to kind of, you know, get some halfling presence down here. But I find it interesting what makes a world, a character. When I look at EQ and I say, like, man, this is one of the most immersive games I've ever felt or played and had that feeling. And there wasn't always a ton of stuff. Like, look at a place like the Karanas, even Kanos Hills. So you've got Kanos City doing a lot of heavy lifting for sure. But we see with something like World of Warcraft, where you can have a game that is absolutely inundated with lore and it not necessarily make you feel more connected. All right, we gotta find a port. Let me see. I'm just gonna start pelting people. Oh. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Thank you, Blonde Bomber. Sorry. I will, I'll bind as soon as I get over there. Goodness gracious. The world feels very placeholdery. You guys have set up to hit the gas on content and need to start adding camps and named by the dungeons each week now that the foundation is laid. Okay. We'll pick up a few more once I get back. We have a few open slots now, guys, by the way, so we need a healer. No, we don't need a healer. We need, ideally, another DPS and a CC. So if anybody's feeling up for it, now is the time. Wizarius. Okay, let's roll. All right. Okay, what did I just read? Need to start adding camps and named by the dozens each week now that the foundation is laid. I do agree with you wholeheartedly that we need more named NPCs, and we are planning on doing that. You know, there needs to be, like, whether you're talking about the little undead ruins over here, the spider caves over there, you know, like, there needs to be, you know, more named NPCs that are in the world. And Avenger's Pass, Wild's End, both of those areas suffer a little bit right now from a lack of named NPCs, a lack of itemized named NPCs. So even the named NPCs that are in there, take like the Mad Moors, for example, with the named Feruling, some of the named like animals that can spawn in Wild's End. I think some of the named orcs are a little bit better in Wild's End, but even still, you've got Eastern Plains, which has a ton of like opportunity in there for named as we get the Rulu camps more settled and the Dead Shoals in place. And so 100%. But, and this is where we have to be really careful. You can have too much. You can have too many things in the world. And it's something that we hit several years ago. We hit it in Avenger's Pass. We hit it in Fairtail, where we were like, we're just putting too many things in these areas. There's not enough negative space. There's not enough room to travel. And one of the things I've been talking about internally recently is like, this is why I love some of my favorite places in the game right now are Eastern Plains, when you get into that big open part of it. And then also in Avenger's Pass, when you get on the other side of the Dragon Shrine and where the, I think they're colloquially called the cannonballs, but you have that open field area, and then Orc Highway, because it's just a big stretch of area that doesn't have, you know, this POI and this POI and this POI everywhere. I think the game is going to feel dramatically better once chevrons are gone, and all of the game's POIs and content are able to be kind of like interacted with by players. The world is instantly going to feel like it has more going on in it and more things you can go and do when that happens. So, I mean, that can't come soon enough. But for me, it's, the problem is the identity footprints in the world. Places like Avelia, Dimith, Sky Durban, Port of Rulan, King's Watch, Sorhirith. They don't imprint on the world enough, Barrowdark, to like act as these kind of like radiating epicenters of context. Dimith should know about the local bandit issue. Dimith should speak about some of the people that have been kidnapped into Hangor. Dimith should have more chatter related to the Dusk Fiend. Like, and it doesn't all, they don't have to be quests. It can just be like it being talked about, it being mentioned, the chatter that exists, and that alone, I mean, and there, you know, there's more to it, but that alone starts to like give you a sense that like this place exists in this world, and that is the thing that I will wholeheartedly agree. The criticism of saying like, yeah, that's there's not enough of that in the game, but that's not where it should stop. Like, therefore, we are going to be working hard to build and flesh that out more. Will the floating combat text be cleaned up in the spring? Yes. Good, sweet Christmas, yes. The clarity in combat right now is probably personally my biggest gripe with the game, is the clarity in combat. That and item progression, like item visual progression, and then what I'm talking about right now with the verisimilitude. Those three things are kind of my top three, and the unified NPCs like that. So those are my top four. Yeah. Zephyrus, cool. Yeah. Sorry, it was you know. I'm glad we got to group, and you know, it's hit or miss, because when I'm streaming and tanking, it's like things tend to you know. Yeah. All right, let's bind, and then let's start refilling our ranks. Is there anybody in chat that is wanting to get in on the action? The massive empty wasteland zones, they matter, you know? They do. You guys have heard me talk about that before, that sense of arrival often comes when you have large stretches of area that don't have, you know, anything. So that's the furthest you've made it into Howler Cave? Are you serious? That's awesome. That's sick. Yeah, there's a whole lot more there, so hopefully it wet your whistle and get you back in here. It's a really cool dungeon, for sure. All right. Yes, we do still. The cleric is still coming, so we have a healer and 2 DPS. We need Let me go ahead and we'll do what, like level... Um, 12? And the 16 maybe, somewhere like that. Oh, cool, cool. What was the point of the Fade Stones? To unlock a key that you could already get that still leads to nothing? Well, it's... What do you mean leads to nothing? The same... Okay. I keep forgetting that I'm not level 25. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, come on. Let's do this. Okay, so paladins, any paladins out there, do tell, where and how does Righteous Flame make its way into your button mashing? I'm curious. Preeminently curious. Yeah, I don't see Messe in the group either. Not yet, Cloud. Oof, this is gonna be a little bit dicey. If I had my coin, I would have picked up Bubble at least. This new hammer's nice. Come on, guys. Don't all walk there. Okay. 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 Chief, I want to be careful because I don't want to spoil anything for anybody. Are you talking about the dungeon teleporter that we introduced in the last patch? Is that what you're talking about? Hmm. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, he must not be this one. I'm not sure. That's something we'll need to take a look at. Some food is at entrance? What? Must be in HC. I know. This is awful. This is hilarious how long it's gonna take me to actually get there. Because it also doesn't preclude me running into bolts, which I'm not even thinking about right now. And I should be. Because oh my goodness. That'll be fun. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, at least I can see though, right? Like this before our last patch, this was this was not even really possible. The WNMC question. Did I miss that one? Yeah, I know. Fade beetle or plague beetles, fade beetles. Goodness. And I've said in Discord that people are currently only doing about 60% of the content in Wild Mountain Cradle, but like you indicated, there is very little quests or nuggets as to what you should do, like with the BRK event. Are we missing some type of big event or boss there? Want to explore it fully before PTR wipe? I don't know. Is there a place I could go to see where you guys are at and what you've done? Because I don't know if I could even answer that without, like, hinting at something I may not want to hint at yet. Thank you guys so much for waiting. Actually, yeah, let's all just disband. Everybody disband. On band. Okay. Here we go. Invite to group. I bound, man, I bound at Demeth. I really should bind. Elsewhere. I think Masay might be bugged. Players already in group. Masay, you might need to camp out and come back. I don't know why it's bugged. The more you think about running into Bolt, the more it'll happen. That's true. That's true. Roll around the mountain, run around the mountain the other way. That's okay, while she does that, I am going to go bind. Thank you, good sir. Guys. Okay. Yeah, I know everybody saw it. I'm living in the world of what's to come. My days are filled with, you have to understand this. My days are filled with conversations about where we're going, what we're planning. So in all of the conversations that I have about buffs aren't going to drop, buffs won't drop when you zone, buffs this, buffs that, that's where my brain is. And so when I play, I'm constantly in this weird, like, dreamlike state of what the game is right now versus the hours and days and weeks worth of conversations and meetings and documents and planning of things to come. So it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Someone should fix that. I agree. I agree. What's up, Gripler? Gripler! Gripler! All right. Is Masay back? Oh, yeah. Guys, we're almost ready to, like, do some stuff. You know? Almost. Joppa, I'm glad you're trying another tank that's in a great strong place, but I wish you would have pushed past Witch in Mad Run. I wish you would have seen Hangor BRK. Well, hey, we're not done. We're not done with Warrior, by the way. Like, I think I'm like hooked on the Warrior. But I need to get some time. I need to get some time on the Paladin. I need to get some time on the Dire Lord. So that I'm not making these, you know, decisions in an absolute vacuum. As a matter of fact, let's do this. I'm going to pull up real quick. Let's go to the Paladin section of the Discord. State of the Paladin. I know, right, Masay? Masay, come back. Come back, Masay. State of the Paladin. Let's start here. Overall, I still see most Paladins absolutely dominating in both group and solo content, plus the occasional wild Paladin jumping off cliffs with a bubble just to show off. The class feels like it's in a very strong place right now. Oh, there she is. There she is. Sweet. All right. Now we're cooking. Now we are cooking. There need to be balance tweaks to consider. Suggest maybe a res. Slightly dialing back their current healing output. I'm sure everyone enjoyed reading that. I actually read through this thread last night, and there were a lot of... It seemed like the main back and forth had to do with aggro. And some people saying that aggro is too difficult to hold on a paladin, and that coming in at later levels. Dex, charisma, okay. Strength and okay. Strength, Dex, charisma, wisdom, and strength. Dex and wisdom, and con. Oh, okay. Dex, wisdom, strength, con. Dex, wisdom, strength, con, and charisma. 5 stats. Okay, we need to move in. Let's let's try and clear down the bridge and see if we can get back down to that safe spot. Glad to see you playing the game as we do. I have a question. Are any of the other Pantheon others playing the classes like you for their input? Yes. Absolutely. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. Let me focus here. What? What happened? Sweet Christmas morning in the east as the sun rises in the west. I don't know for sure, but I think it might have been this guy. Because look at that hair. Wow. Oh. I think it was Crippler. Look at him. This dwarf is either hiding in shame or leveling climbing. We're gonna get that level back, Man of Rohan. I'm still waiting on a paladin to tell me where Righteous Flame makes it into their rotation. That's what I want to know. Or not their rotation. You know what I mean. Like what sequence, what part of the sequence do you typically throw in your Righteous Flame? Because as a tank, right, like your goal is to build threat. Your goal is to take control over the NPC through threat, building a threat. And the way you do that, the flow of that, that's what I'm really interested in landing on, like a good solid feel and flow. And the warrior, especially with some of the updates to the warrior to kind of refine things a little bit, the warrior has a really nice flow to kind of getting that initial threat locked down. It's different if you get an ad and you kind of have to, like, you know, switch gears a little bit, but the paladin's flow, so if you're smiting from range instead of the pull, if you're smiting from range, I'm not going to really factor expose into the equation because it's very likely going to change in terms of, like, its the current kind of, like, initial threat dump that it does. So if we take expose out of the equation, thinking long term, you smite, it comes in. If you're, you know, if you're starved for wrath, or if you're kind of just getting rolling, you're going to use Venger's Vow. I would think drop your Wrath of Aegis. Ho ho! Whew. Okay. You drop your Wrath of Aegis. I'm pretty sure Condemning Blow is the one that's like... I'm actually gonna, now that we've got a different group makeup, I'm gonna see how it feels to not use Faithful, but to go with Condemning for threat. But I just don't know where this fits in. Like, it doesn't feel intuitive to me yet. You know? Where's this? Where's my corpse? Huh? You only use... Oh, sweet. Thank you so much, Spider. Get a little bit of the EXP back. Woo! And some coin. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Joppa, keep pushing forward and making this amazing game. You guys of VR have something awesome. Happy New Year's, and I have fun in 2026. Annoying Llama, first of all, good to see you. Secondly, Happy New Year's to you as well. And third, Thank you so much. Thank you for the message. And we shall. We shall. Faithful is an insanely strong technique. I'm trying to understand. There's really no benefit in like having an interplay between them, is there? Not that I've felt. Like, hey Malcal, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Man, yeah. I love the Paladin and the Cleric VFX, but they're tough to see. Scavenger, cool. Nah. How much raw data in terms of months do you anticipate getting from the PTR prior to the spring wipe? It seems like from the messaging that you anticipate 3 to 4 months of PTR rate. I don't know if it'll be that much. I feel confident that we'll have at least 2 good months. But we'll have to see. Watch out, Ravage, sorry. Could be more than that. And I couldn't get that off of him. Yeah, you would not be wrong. You would not be wrong, Battalion, as far as the relative busyness right now. There is a lot going on. There is a lot to do in a relatively short amount of time. It is a very, very busy time. Very exciting. Like it's a really good energy. It's the kind of energy that you like to see and feel. And it's bolstered by the anticipation that you guys have too. I mean, that's what's so fun about. I mean, open development is really difficult for a lot of reasons, but one of the great things about it is that kind of shared energy of anticipation fuels us. I use Righteous Flame only when I'm playing a DPS role. Okay, so maybe it's I'm trying to utilize it and I really shouldn't be. I could see that being the case. Makes sense. Okay, I have taunted and exposed this thing. I still cannot get it off. Goodness. Dang. I wish that healing played a little bit more. I mean, it's interesting though, because when you have a healer, like obviously you don't need as much, and that's why the AoE healing that paladins are potentially able to do is a good, like a potentially a good way to build healing into their threat in general, even if it's a small amount. Yeah, I mean, all damage is threat, so I mean, I could see... I don't know. Still feeling it out. Still trying to think through this a little bit. Because there's what paladins that have played Paladin for, 1,000 hours would come in and say, which is highly valuable, obviously. But then there's also people who are playing Paladin for the first time who are trying to make sense of all this and feel it out. And a lot of these streams and a lot of this process is about kind of like doing that in front of you all and kind of having that experience together where it's like, okay, can I get this to feel good? To really kind of make sense and flow. I don't like that Wrathful Ages is a cast time, to be honest. They do have auras. We only have a few of them. We don't have a whole lot of them in yet. I'm gonna put probably put my vengeance on some Fu. Yeah, so getting Wrath of Aegis down still, like, it doesn't... For the warrior, I don't know, like, even without using expose, when on my warrior, when I storm in, and then go right into Strike of Breaking, Mocking Blow, Strike of Breaking, Kick, Strike of Breaking. I feel like that's a really quick kind of haptic, like, grab the threat, like, get control. When on the Paladin, it's like, So, again, if you take expose out of the equation, what's my best opening thing to do? I could cast Wrath of Aegis, but by the time I'm done casting Wrath of Aegis, what do I then need to do to catch up and build up? I've got Faithful Strike, Smite, Fervent Strike. I don't... like in the certainly in the span of like a taunt duration, like I don't really have like a clear, clean yet, or at least it seems that way to me. Yeah, and again, yeah, it's always bringing it back to the fact that, like, you know, this is in the context of current TTK and all that. Okay, some taunts. Let's get Wrathful Aegis on the ground. Okay, I mean, that at least locked it in, and I didn't use expose. I'm tempted to just not use expose because I don't want to rely on expose as part of my thinking. That felt better. So yeah, so Puller brings it back. I taunt off the Puller. Ideally, I've got enough Wrath to go ahead and drop a Wrathful Aegis right away. Okay. A little Oath Flame on there. Right, Lance. Okay. Okay. I definitely need to try and end fights with a little bit in the tank. That's Bright Lance is 400 Wrath, so Bright Lance might not be a great idea, actually. Boom. Boom. Oh yeah. Wrath of Aegis first. Boom. Okay. Got a lot more in the tank now, so yeah, I mean... Okay. Do I have Wrath generating utility buff yet? I don't think so, no. Oh, Thaumaturge again. There you go. So here we go. Taunt. Wrathful Aegis. Faithful Strike. Smite. I probably should have used Mocking Blow. Or Fervent Strike, I mean. That's where I need to pop. What did the other thermometers drop? I missed it. Was it something that a tank could use? Come here. Get in here. Okay, that was a bust. Add. Okay. That was very messy. Very messy. I don't have Oath of anything yet. I might, like, I'm level 13, so wait. Hold on. Yeah, I don't get Oath of Valor until 16. Did you get that level back yet, Man of Brohan? Man, that'd be a pretty sick Paladin cloak. Paladin shoulders, whatever. Oh yeah, cool. Good, good, good. Good. I don't have any oaths yet, yeah. Okay, so let's read this, guys. Here we go. Let's really read this here. Radiate celestial flame that ignites enemies in a 5-meter radius, dealing divine damage and with increased threat every 3 seconds. Additionally, all threat generated on a target while under the effects of Wrath of Aegis will be increased. So that right there, that's the piece that I forgot that I was missing. We want to drop Wrath of Aegis first because everything we do is going to be bonusified, accentuated. So yeah, we taunt. Wrath of Aegis first, which again, I wish Wrath of Aegis was, you know what? I'm actually going to switch these. The pull... Middle mouse versus shift middle mouse is just a little bit more in the zone for me. I bet it is an awkward place to fight as a ranger. My goodness, yeah. Okay, Wrath of Aegis. Boom. Boom. But see, we should probably... That's where we should probably... That is where we should probably incorporate Righteous Flame. I really didn't need to do that twice. Congrats, whoever that was. I know I have the power to do it. Oh no. But that's another one of those places where it's like, you know, maybe that's better suited for like a mastery upgrade or something. We have to think through holistically with the mastery system, like what makes sense as a baseline versus yeah, an upgrade. I didn't have the wrath for that, but that's fine. It's okay. We good. We good. Get back. What are you doing? Okay. Who was it on? Oh yeah, Lightful Avenger. Oh, well, so again, like I designed this class. I mean, I've been working on it more recently, like Fuso and I, and then there's, you know, there's obviously input and various tweaks and stuff, but okay. Yo, that's a lot. Oh my. All right. Well, here we go. Keep an eye on that Ravager, because that's the last thing we want smacking us around. Get over here, please. Can't even tell where it's... I can't see anything. I mean, to be honest, I have no idea what happened there. I don't have any idea what happened. Things just happened. And I have a feeling if Battalion hadn't been here, we would have been dead. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure Battalion killed all these. What was I saying? Yeah, Lightful Avenger. So when the idea of Lightful Avenger is it's kind of like the manifestation of your ultimate form, your hatred of undeath, and I want it to even change the way the game looks. Like I want it to be like not quite like Predator vision, but like the game becomes like desaturated, but undead NPCs glow. So it creates this kind of visual hyperfixation on where undeath exists. And then you've got like the, what is it, Tyrion or Tyriel, Diablo angel, kind of like celestial liquid light kind of eyes coming out, in addition to all of the, you know, the passive bonuses that it gives you. It's like that ultimate cooldown form. So I'm excited to get it. And I'm excited for it to, you know, ultimately become as cool as it's meant to be. But that pace has just got to slow down. I mean, even as we get things like cleanses and debuffs and dispels and that type of thing more in play as like a more prevalent mechanic, there's just not time. Like, there's just not time to do that. Imagine trying to like decipher that you have a cleansable debuff right now, and then in the midst of everything that I'm needing to do to kind of hold aggro on just a single target. Imagine like me trying to target myself and cleanse something in the midst of this, you know? It's like, yes, flying kick and chi burn, absolutely. And chi burn's gonna be sick too in terms of like how it looks visually as the ultimate cooldown. Yeah, me too. I am excited about the monk evolution into gate of release, chi burn, and all that. Wait, what? Got two. I'm gonna grab the Ravager first. Grats, whoever dinged. Grats, grats, grats. Get a little bit of a flow going now. Honestly, I think the biggest culprit, the biggest thing that I feel like needs to be from fight to fight overcome is visibility. Visibility. Got two. I'm gonna grab the Stalker first. Or the, yeah, that's fine. Cablis is fine. Instead, I mean, I'll just let you guys pick it, and whatever you don't mez, I'll grab. Okay. Cool. Make the game first person only. Well, it doesn't really help with the clarity. you know? Interesting to see 20 abilities on a level 13 character. I mean, some classes have more than others, so Paladin definitely has a larger kit at this level. There are certain things that I don't know that the Paladin really needs at this level, for example. Like, I don't know that they need Pommel and Cross this early. I mean, if I took the abilities off my bar that I'm not using... I'll do here in a second. Then... Vigilance shouldn't have a time frame, by the way. Vigilance should just be like you pick a target to apply vigilance to, and then you're done. Spear. What kind of spear? 7 damage, okay. Hey, one sec, guys. All right. So anyway, man's and then even with the ones that I have on the bar, they are, many of them are kind of as needed, if needed, abilities. How do you get the stamina bar on your nameplate? To do that, you go to settings, general, and make show endurance bar, set it to never show. That gets rid of the little element to the side of your character, which I don't love because I feel like it just gets lost in the noise so easily. Come on. I mean, don't get me wrong either. Like, I do like that threat is not guaranteed. Like, I like the fact that threat isn't, you know, is something that you do kind of have to like fight for from time to time, that it's not just like whatever. And maybe, you know, I'm not saying that it doesn't need tweaks or anything, but keep in mind too that this is what some of what the wipe is going to help with, you know, when you think of the wipe in terms of establishing a new baseline to kind of view the game through. Aggro right now, I'm sure, is challenging in many regards because of how much you're competing with, you know, DPS classes that are just through the roof in terms of how much damage they're putting out, how quickly. Because, like, I'm not a twinked character. I don't think anyone in the group right now is, like, uber twinked. But one stamina, one whiz head, and I'll keep what I've got. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. And I'm not saying we're going to do this. You know, it's just something, just my current thinking. But like, if Righteous Flame came off global, and either baseline or through mastery, Wrathful Aegis was instant. Feel-wise, that would be awesome. And you know, just in my current feelings, my current opinion, will these mobs be easier to kill when Chevron mobs are removed? They'll be slightly easier for a full group like this. But the TTK will be much higher, and you'll be dealing with, in some cases, more density. And so the opportunity for things like repops or pathers or things like that while you're fighting something are going to be increased. So expect it to feel a little bit more EQ-like in that sense, where it's not like an individual NPC is just like overpoweringly hard. It's more that the time to kill is commensurate with, like, you know, maintaining your resources, focusing a bit more on longevity, making sure you have enough, you know, mana to keep heals and things going. And then the environment adds, you know, other things in the vicinity will play a much bigger role in, like, the difficulty of certain areas as you get into, like, dungeons and places that are meant to be more challenging. That plus you've got to deal with, you know, eventually having, like, the toxic environment in here that you'll need to acclimate to. And then things like traits and that, you know, different NPCs can have. Right now the trait system is very basic. Expect it to get a nice facelift, and be much more interesting, because it's not only going to be a larger variety of, like, traits that make fights harder, but there's also going to be a lot of traits that actually are beneficial to you guys, like beneficial to players. Come on, key bindings, man, the key bindings. Hey, what's going on? Inflictor. Sorry, Inflictor 9000. Happy New Year to you as well. What kind of game is this? This is an MMORPG. It is inspired by the classic MMORPGs such as EverQuest, but also intended to be kind of a fusion of classic MMORPG and a lot of the refinements and the polish and quality of life that classic World of Warcraft brought to the table. So it's kind of a hybrid. Gosh, the Wrath. Something else I'm kind of taking note of is the Wrath resource, and just it's so critical that the Paladin carries Wrath into each fight. I can't turn the spell effects off. We don't have that option yet. I mean, I can, but it's like, it's... Well, let me give it a try. Let's give it a try. For some reason, I feel like it was buggy. I mean, well, I was wrong. It's not buggy. You can turn them off, and it does work to do so, but yeah. I'm telling you, this is one of the most important things for us to do, is to get this right, this visibility, clarity thing in a really good spot. Somebody mentioned earlier too, and I agree, like getting the progression of visual effects, where, you know, higher level spells look more, you know, bigger, stronger. I see no Wrath. Yeah, Malcal. Yeah, 100%. And that's what we will eventually have. For sure. Got about an hour left? Okay. I wanted to do... I'm planning to do a little bit of a longer stream today, so I'm good to keep going for a little bit if there's another round of people that need to leave. So we'll kind of take stock in an hour or so. Mana Rohan, when you need to leave, and we'll see kind of where we're at. I don't hate the idea of seeing if we can get to Hisser, if we want to try to do that. Don't hate that idea at all, you know. Now that everyone's talking about needing to leave in an hour, it's probably the perfect time to go deeper, huh? You know, it's kind of interesting too, because it doesn't just turn the spell effects off, it turns the audio of them off as well. So you can kind of like hear a little more clearly combat. does turn the spell effect audio off, right? I'm not hearing it anymore. Nice, that's awesome, Sunfu. Thanks for staying for the dingage. Parried that eviscerate. That's right. Hound Cave, Joppa, I love your game, man. Thanks to you and the whole team. Yo, 4-year-old gamer. Thanks for that. Thank you. That's awesome to hear. Really glad to hear that. And you are welcome. I definitely feel like we've gotten over the hump now of like... Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to loot that. Scatterweave Scarf. I don't think anybody wanted it, though. That hump of like just getting familiar enough with the class. To start kind of like, I don't know. Feeling the flow a little bit more. I mean, again, I think it's those two things that I mentioned are kind of the biggest culprits right now of like having Righteous Flame off of global makes it a lot easier to kind of incorporate at the top of everything. So you're using taunt to get the attention of the target. You're getting if Wrathful Aegis was instant and you could instantly get it down, then that further synergizes with kind of setting up your initial flow. But even if it's not, like as long as you're just kind of like prepared to get it down, bro. And then you got cases like that where it's like went a little sideways. That's all right. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, spring's gonna be big. Spring is going to be big. Very big. Very excited. Ding. I heard a ding. Don't burn out the death team. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. Some food, thanks so much. Awesome pulling. Really appreciate it. Go clear that aggro. Go clear that aggro. We can keep going. I mean, we can try to keep going anyway. It might be a little better if we can make our way to, like, I don't know, this area in here to hold on the bridge where it's a little like less, you know, dynamic. You ready to try for this pull? Bro. Why am I not getting impact sounds with my abilities? See, one interesting thing about turning off the visual effects is that it definitely helps accentuate, like, where some of the disconnect in combat, it feels like it's coming from, maybe. Like, when I do Faithful Strike, just like there. Now, granted, it's probably in the visual effect that the impact is coming, but I don't know that it should be. It's interesting. Got an audio sync with Phil coming up soon, so that's something we'll chat about a little bit then. There's Phil. Yo, nice. What's up, Phil? So yeah, we can have more of a real-time conversation here. So, like we talked about, right, with combat and, you know, trying to just in general improve the clarity of what's going on in combat, and a lot of that, as I've been playing, I think stems from how prominent your character and what your character is doing is in the mix. So it should, you know, I should hear my hits, my misses, my abilities more prominently than I would hear anyone else's. And I think, you know, we understand that part of it, and it's cleared to his her. Oh. That's cheating, Battalion. It's cheating. Oh. I mean, I guess. Hold on. Hold that thought. Hold that thought, Phil. Let's just go see what his or drops. We're gonna pretend that Battalion is just this lunatic loosed in the zone right now, just absolutely farming the snot out of everything, and we're gonna just take advantage of it. We'll just set up in here and let this be our camp till we gotta go. Pull this Kabbalist. Come here. Anyway, so Phil, what's interesting right now is I've got visual effects turned off, as you can see, and it just kind of was interesting to me because I didn't realize right away that it sounds like the impact audio is tied to the visual effect, which it makes sense because when you have a visual effect, you want to represent that effect in what you hear. But there's something really nice about, like, for auto attacks, just hearing the sound of the weapon. And I think that's part of what feels like it's missing in combat right now, for melee characters especially, is like there should be a really prominent hit of the weapon itself before I'm kind of overwhelmed with like the faithful strike audio. I think that's part of what feels like is missing, is that really grounded, rooted, weighty sense of like weapon impact, weapon hits the armor, have the visual effect audio in there, but you get that really solid feedback of my dagger just pierced, my hammer just hit. And it's interesting here not seeing the visual effects and missing the impact sounds, because I don't think I've realized that that's missing, or that feels like it's missing. What do you feel like is the next major milestone after spring? Oh, after spring. Ooh. Can I show you my faders? Yes. Thankful for you guys actually playing your game. Really shows. Yeah. It's, well, unfortunately, I've become slightly addicted to it now, so yeah. What's up, Chris Rosen? Happy New Year to you as well. Happy New Year to you as well. Mr. Primus. Mr. Primus. Good to see you, Mr. Primus. Happy New Year to you as well. This must be the most immense cluster of bright caps that has ever existed. Like, oh my goodness. But that's 7 of them. That's okay. I'll take it. That was really nice, actually. Really nice. Really nice. I'm just kind of poking my head around here. Let me see. It's not. Spider up here always kind of creeps me out a little bit. When you catch it just kind of standing there. You know? It's like. I know they don't look very bright, do they? Bright caps. Yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look who it is. Hey, Steve. Thanks so much for the gifted sub. Congrats, Primus. Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. Stranger Things tonight. Am I watching? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah, what I mean by unfortunately addicted is that I have to work on the game. So that's the unfortunate part, is like the more addicted I become, the harder it is to work on the game. Though the fun part is being able to say, well, this is technically working on the game, because it is actually working on the game. But there's this weird balance of like, you know, I don't want to work too hard. Playtesting. What was that good question? Oxnell said, as creative director, how do you prevent bias for what you like and don't like when it comes to class balance? So there's also acting as a council balance decision. Yes. So there's definitely a spectrum of how strongly I feel about certain things. So sometimes I'll have a hunch or a lean, or an idea. What I have invested is the kind of the foundational class design, in that, you know, the majority of the abilities, the role that the classes are meant to play, and the expression of how they play it, that's kind of what we have started with. And as we've made adjustments and tweaks to that over time, one of the main designers that works on class design with me is Fusoya, as more of kind of like a primary focus of his. But then, you know, Codeman, Scott, Neff, Tim Wathen, Convo, like, we have, you know, a lot of input coming in from the other designers, and we see a ton of feedback from you guys, obviously, which, you know, contrary to popular belief, we read and we value and take seriously. So it starts with, like, you know, I mean, for example, what I just said about Righteous Flame and Wrathful Aegis, like, that's what my experience is right now. That's what I'm feeling. And so, but I don't just like go into the data and make those changes. Just, I have those feelings, we have those conversations, we fold that in to our overall work that we're doing on these classes. We compare it to, you know, what players have been giving in terms of feedback, and so it's definitely a process. There are very few things that I just indiscriminately, unilaterally go, we're just going to do this. Like, it's because more often than not, even if we do end up doing it, it will still come out better with more voices coming in to sharpen it and, you know, contribute to it. So it's just one of those situations where having like authority or final say or things like that does not really usually translate into just, you know, unilateral decision making. So, and nor should it. Send all the curses into your office? That would be a lot. While working, do we call each other by our real names or our game names? Most of the time by real name. There are a few times. But yeah, most of the time it's by real name. I'll start pulling as soon as we start getting some pops out here. I don't really know what's going to pull first or how it's all going to go, so. Am I ready to have no chance at aggro? Yeah. No. That was wild. You figured it was like when mom got mad and she would use the real names and not let you know, like, things were getting serious. Yeah. Yeah, you just deleted it, Malco. You almost just literally deleted the mob as it stood there in midair. I think the wizard update overall has gone over well. I think even people that at the beginning were kind of like, I don't know how I feel about this. I think as people are starting to settle in more now, they really like it. What do we get at 14? Oh, we get our AoE heal. That's kind of cool. If I could get some wrath up in here. Can I get some wrath? Up. Incoming. Now you'll never be able to pull it off of me. Ever in a million years. It's done. Up. That's right. Stayed on me the whole time. Me standing there with a corpse targeted. That's what it means when we do it live, guys. We do it live. When we're standing there with the corpse targeted, you know, we're doing it live. Oh. Phil, where did you go? I need more input from Philium. Totally with you on the mix side. We've asked David and Steve to add separate faders in the options for players versus other players and NPCs. We need the combat and non-combat for both combat and non-combat in Unicode. I think faders are good, but is there a more fundamental approach in the mix itself that? I mean, I guess faders are fine, but it's also like it's like a dithering issue too, right? So it's like or even like where things sit in the mix. So what you're doing as your player, how it's sitting, not just volume wise, but also kind of spatially. What did I just do? I don't know what I just did. Good grief, guys. This is insane. What's you're not even twinked, are you, Malco? Like, you're just like, You just like rolled right in off, you know, off the just any old terminus hill. Oh. And then, Phil, the main thing, so that aside, like the mix and the kind of the prominence, so listen to what you're seeing currently. Every time I auto attack, I can hear the swing of my weapon. And with auto attacks, I can hear the impact of my weapon. And it's a nice, you know, it's a nice thud for the big two-handed hammer. So that all sounds cool. One of my big complaints with the melee classes that I've played, being the warrior, the rogue, now the paladin, is that we have a feedback issue in combat where I'm not feeling kind of the visceral feedback of, you know, my actions, my attacks, my connects. And what I feel like I'm really realizing right now more than I have before is there are no weapon impact thuds and cracks and slices and squishy pierces happening with any of the special abilities. So my Faithful Strike, my Fervent Strike, the you know, the rogue, like my backstabs, my whatevers, you know, any of my melee special abilities, it's like it's the weapon impact. I think it's in the VFX sound effect, but it's like not prominent anymore. And I feel like I'm realizing that without that prominent weapon hit, I'm having a hard time really syncing and feeling synced with my impacts. Even though there's a definite impact sound, I think I'm missing that visceral kind of connect with my weapon as the most prominent part of the impact for special melee abilities. I hope that makes sense. We also, yes, Phil, I'm gonna agree with Malkel here that we need a different, more crunchy, intense sound effect when you get hit by a critical hit. So like an EQ, if you were sitting or you just got, you know, hit by a sand giant, which was just doing a crazy amount of damage to you, the sound of the impact would be, you would almost like hear like your bones breaking. I'll see if I can find that real quick. Surely it's somewhere. I don't know. I'll find it. But it was this nice, like, it was the bone cracking impact with like the characters like yell, you know, the painful voice line. Does that make sense, Phil? What I was saying about the weapon impacts and keeping them like prominent in the special abilities as well? Kurgan, Happy New Year! Woo! Happy New Year indeed. No, we haven't gotten any named quick save. We actually just got into the Hisser room. We've only seen one placeholder spawn so far. Oops. These guys are... This could be interesting. Yeah, we need more juice on the base impact. When I do a special attack, like, listen, like, when I swing, I love the sound of it. I think misses need to really accentuate the like whiff whoosh. So when I miss or the target dodges, I should hear more of like a whoosh like sound because I just totally whiffed. That's number one. Number two, we need more of that base weapon hit in the special attacks so that whether I'm just auto attacking or doing faithful strike or execute or jumping smash, whatever it is, that swing and that strike of the weapon needs to be the most prominent thing. And then, you know, we can kind of decorate that with some divine, you know, magic ornamentations and whatnot. But we really, really need to accentuate that base weapon hit. And then, yes, being able to getting a handhold on incoming critical hits so you can make those like super crunchy. Okay. The movement impact sounds vary depending on the weapon type. For example, swords have their own impact set depending on enemies. We got a layer playing. Yeah, I just think whatever we have, we need to make sure that and that's good. Like, it should vary depending on weapon type. It should vary depending on what kind of armor you're hitting and all that. All that's great. But those are the things that should be accentuated. The surrounding sound effects should, like... I don't know why I'm having such a hard time putting a word on this. So it should complement those main impact sounds, because those main impact sounds are the things that give you the clearest audio to visual connection. You know, when you've got all this crazy magical sounds going on, that's not a clear impact moment. It doesn't have a super defined, I mean, sometimes it does, but it doesn't have a super defined like hit. But that boom, that hit is what gives you that immediate sonic like feedback of I connected. In the same way, when you hear the whoosh and that's more prominent, you might still hear some of the divine, you know, whatever going on, but you're primarily hearing that whiff whoosh. And so you're able to tell just by listening what happened, and you feel more connected to your character because of that. Right now, the most connected to my Paladin character that I've felt since I started playing this class is right now with visual effects off, which has subsequently turned audio off for abilities. When I auto attack hit, it's like perfect. Boom. Like, I felt that. I followed that. Here we go. Boom. Oh, yeah. We need that for, like, Faithful Strike here. See? Well, I auto attacked on top of that, so you heard a hit, but otherwise I hit, but I didn't hear the impact. And again, I know that there is an impact effect, an impact sound effect, but it's lacking the boom boom. Okay, I think we got it. I don't think you need to duck all the combat sounds when you crit. I think as long as the player is prominent and we are doing a better job of accentuating the physical impact of the weapon and the attack itself, I think that's all you need, because then when you create that critical hit impact that's super like crunchy and feels horrible, you'll naturally hear that more prominently. I think that'll feel good. It kind of honestly, like, once this group wraps up, I'm gonna hop on to the rogue. Well, actually, I'm gonna hop onto the warrior because I want to hear some of the different sound effects, because I'm curious now, like, what piercing sounds like without visual effects. What, like, I feel like it's been so long since I've really heard the weapons. I'm curious because, yeah, the dagger, to your point, Spectre, where you know, maybe you don't feel like the daggers feel as distinct from like hammers and maces and swords as they should, because they should have that kind of like light, zippy, you know. That'd be an interesting thing to look at. All right, we wrapping up. We gotta head out. Oh yeah, forgot the enchanter minion is tanking here. I'm technically more in DPS mode now, huh? We really got to get that thing fixed. It's ridiculous. Now, just in case it needs to be said, it should go without saying, but I don't want to ever take it for granted. Phil, you guys are amazing. So, like, the foundation that you guys have built, and you know, the ways that we're looking at improving and tweaking those things, it is on top of an insanely awesome sonic foundation that you guys have put together. So, well done. All right, we're gonna wrap up. We're gonna get out of here before we see if Hisser's gonna spawn. I am talking about something right now that I really would love to, but I can't yet. Oy. Let's get one more Hisser / placeholder spawn, and then from there we can probably head out, because I know other people need to go too. Make the sounds more soundy, Phil. I mean, what else needs to be? Hey, look at that. Sick. Yes, sir. How cool would it be to get a Rips Mag drop? Not that I would win it, but it'd be cool to get one. No way. I mean, it's almost like I almost don't want these things to drop because I don't want there to be this idea that we don't have a way to do that. We don't have a way to dynamically, like, say, you know, make it spawn with this time. We don't have a way to do that. All right, who's rolling? Oh, come on. I don't... Okay. Well, at least I'm not going to win it. Like, this is very... Yeah. The 40-year-old gamer, yes. Oh, man. It's so cool. So cool. This is a need roll. This is definitely a need roll. So roll if you need it. If you don't need it, then don't roll. Grats, Brute. Grats. Keep up the good work, Joppa. I've been following Pantheon since the beginning, and it's looking great. Deadman Fishing, thank you so much. That's so cool to hear from OGs. Really, really cool to hear from OGs. Blonde Bomber, thank you so much. Thank you for awesome healing. Awesome healing. Thanks for the group. What is it? The, oh yeah. That is a good little helmet. Who can use it? I forgot to look. Warrior, Rogue, Cleric, Paladin, Dire Lord, Ranger, Druid. Yeah. So, I guess rolling the helmet too. Now see, where was that roll a few minutes ago? That's what I want to know. Come on. Oh yeah, Battalion, you missed my 100 out of 100. That's, that one's... Wait. Mana Brohan, can you use this helmet? I'd rather you take it, man. So you can leave here with something. Did you already leave? Oh, did you stuck out? Okay. Oh, yours better? Okay. Okay. Cool. Dynamic entry, you as well. Thank you for the group. Let's hop on the Warrior and see... Kind of do some audio tests here real quick. I'm very curious. Level 14 on the Paladin. We're getting somewhere. Our gear is absolutely overflowing with power. You can feel the power. Ranthorin, thank you so much for the gifted sub, my friend. I appreciate that. Big time. Thank you so much. How long have my dice been overpowered? My dice are not overpowered. They're just not. I've lost a decent amount of rolls playing these characters. And I've seen some crazy rolls from other people playing these characters. All right. Hello. Let's see, so... I mean, you know. All right, let's get down to the wolfies. I have been leveling climbing quite a bit in as I'm on calls and such, just climbing up and down. But it's cool to have climbing at a higher level now. Okay, so we'll start with the spear, since we have one. And let's see if we can find a battle torn, because they don't use many abilities. Okay. So there's hold on, I'm gonna turn the audio up on my end a smidge. Hopefully it doesn't bleed through for you guys. I'm gonna turn the music off. Ambient. It's fine. So you hear what I mean? I'm not hearing. I can barely hear the armor hit. I mean, the sound effect that he's making is awesome. The growl is awesome. Ooh. Did you hear that? When I took a bleed damage outside of its attack. Thank you, friend. Then I heard that hit the armor. Let's see if he'll do it again. There we go. That I was getting lost in the roars. No, I didn't want to attack because I wanted to just listen to the hits. Why did I hear that so loud? Yeah, see, that's way too loud from that distance for being somebody else. Interesting. That sounds a little better. Feels distant. But then sometimes some things are like really loud too. Like the death there. camera. That's another thing that drives me crazy, and I know that there are some limitations, and it's not like a super easy fix, but I wish that audio wasn't so camera bound. I wish it was more player bound, because of situations like that, where if I'm here looking here, it sounds different than if I'm like this, and it can be pretty dramatic too. Let's find something a little bit less dangerous. Maybe this. No, the wings will make it. Let's find like a wolf or a cat. Here we go. Okay, I probably need to actually engage this. So now let's... Love the sound of bows. And arrows. Interesting. Yeah, I know that it's if it doesn't play the hurt animation, but that's the thing though, is like it should, right? Like, because whether you play a hurt animation or not, you're still getting hit. And that's the part that's like, just trying to think through that. Because see, I would rather always hear the impact sound. Little Minecraft audio moment there. I would rather always hear the impact sound of like a claw or a weapon or whatever hitting me, and then maybe only hear like the voice of the hurt if I play the animation. Something like that would feel okay. I don't know. I think if we're going to do this, I might have to use some dev commands to do this properly. So I'm going to turn... I'm going to make myself immortal. And then I will, thank you, sir. I'll just aggro off. I won't actually kill the target. I just want to be able to have it like hit me for a while without having to die. Let's try this cat. This cat. Yeah. Yeah, it's only playing the nice chunky impact of like the armor hit and everything if I animate a hurt. Phil, where's the character vocal line? What fader is that attached to? Because I don't hear that anymore. Is it ambient? Yeah, it's ambient. Why is that ambient? I know, the block sound... I mean, just getting a block animation happening when you actually block is so needed. Well, it sounds like if we don't trigger the impact sound directly from the animation or in code, we need to make sure it stays properly in sync with the animation when in play. There's got to be a way, if there's not currently, we need to look at if it's possible to hook into just the... Because you have a very, very clear impact events, right? Hold on, let's see... My desk reorganized here a little bit. I'm gonna see if Kyle's around. No spikies. I don't want to kill it. Oh, cool. That's cool. Yo, Phil, I just saw your message. That's really cool. Thanks for that message, man. Okay, so what are we determined here? First of all, we need to figure out if we can hook into the actual impact event and not just the animation. I think what we're doing with the animation currently with the vocal part is cool. So when you animate a hurt, that's when you will make the voice sound. But you should really always hear that impact because you're getting hit. Within reason. So you don't want it to like kind of rapid fire spam. So there should be like a cooldown on it probably. So in case you're getting like you're getting hit twice with like a dual wield or a double attack kind of thing, you don't want to hear like just a machine gun sound, but outside of like a built-in cooldown, I think you need to hear it. Well, I think the animation should play, but the animation doesn't play every time on purpose. Like, because again, anytime that you're just seeing like, if you're accounting for every single incoming damage event when you're getting hit by 2 or 3 different NPCs, for example, like you don't want to just see like a rapid fire machine gunning animation. So it's okay that there's like a built-in kind of cooldown for that, but yeah. Now, how about when we attack? So like, see, I think auto attacks sound great. Auto attacks sound great. Now, oh, I don't need heals, by the way, because I'm immortal. Let's do... There we go. Now, if I do like forward swing... Punish doesn't have an animation, at least on halflings. Oof, see, that sounds so good. That chunky, like that's what an ability should sound like. That chunky crit hit there, that's like when I use forward swing or like strike a breaking. See if we can get another crit. Ooh, see? That was cool. All right, I'm going to stop so I don't kill this thing. That I feel like is what's kind of missing from melee character abilities before you add all the other stuff. So like if I were to turn ability visuals back on and then let's find another, like, here we go. I'll actually just leave aggro off. I mean, that sounds pretty good. I think the visual effect is a little... Here, we're gonna do this too. We're getting into some testing here, guys, on the live server. So keep me honest. Like I won't actually like gain experience from anything, but this is just gonna help kind of. Hold on a sec. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to talk to Kyle real quick. Hey, man. Happy New Year. Can you hear me? Check 1 2. Check it, check 1 2. Check 1 2. Can you hear me now? Okay, nice. Happy New Year, man. Did you have a good Christmas? Ooh. Nice, dude. That's great. That's awesome. That is awesome. Well, I don't want to keep you long because I know, everyone's still kind of like whatever, but I had a quick question. I'm streaming right now and I've actually talking to Phil in the chat, and we're kind of isolating some different audio things and taking stock of where we're at. And the question I wanted to ask you is, right now we're doing a lot with our animations. Essentially, we're assigning audio events to animations in particular for things like impacts and getting hurt and when certain things play. But the result is, if I stand still, for example, and let an enemy attack me, and we just have lots of incoming damage events, the impacts that don't cause an animation to play, like a get hurt animation, they don't play an impact sound because that's keyed to that get hurt animation. And since get hurt doesn't play every time, there's a lot of rounds of combat where you'll take a hit but you're not actually hearing an impact. And my question was, do we have a way to actually hook into the individual impact events to play audio, or do we have to? We do? Sick, yeah. Because what would be perfect is if we could play the impact audio. I mean, I think there should still be an internal cooldown, kind of, so you're not like getting a machine gun audio, but like if we could separate the impact audio from like the vocalization, like when you get hurt and you're like, ugh, that kind of thing. If we can like have that vocal play on the animation, but then have a separate kind of like on impact, you're usually going to hear the sound of like the weapon hitting your character. I think that'd be sick. Not from what I'm seeing here. I think it might be that way for the player to the NPC. But I know from the NPC to the player, I'll take, if I'm not animating a get hurt, then I'm not hearing an impact. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. And then I think Philip said something about so when players get hit by critical hits, we want that to be like a really crunchy, kind of like almost like a bone breaky kind of a nasty sounding hit. And I think he mentioned something about not having a hook for that. Oh, cool. Okay. So what would he need to do? Is there something he could go ahead and do and prep for that? Okay. So Phil, make the event and the audio that you want it to play, and then pass that over, and then they can take care of it from there. Oh, that'd be awesome. Okay, sweet. Okay, I'll let them know. Thank you, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your holiday time, and we'll talk soon. All right, see you, bro. Bye. That's funny. Quick save. That's funny. So yeah, he said that's currently doable. If you guys make the event for the incoming critical hit and create the audio for it and kind of get those two things together, then you can pass it off. And he said there's already room in code to get that working. And then he said also that it sounds like there's a bug, that actually what we're seeing with incoming hits not playing outside of the animation, that sounds like a bug, but that's something they could probably fix while they're in there setting up the critical hit thing. And then he said we could also, it would be totally doable for us to separate the voice line from the impact, so that when you do actually play the get hurt animation, that's when you hear like the kind of sound, and only have that play then, as opposed to the impact effect that happens more regularly. So cool. That's going to be awesome. So then Phil, the rest of it would be starting now. Yan will send the event and the sound when it's done. Beautiful. Yeah. And feel free. I wasn't able to find, at least right now, like the EQ sound effect for the crit. But if you want me to, and you want me to send it to you as like a reference, then I will happily do that, because it is a beautiful, crunchy sound for sure. That's a lot of animals. Okay, last thing I just want to emphasize with you, Phil, real quick. Let me find a here we go. We play EQ. Who do you think we are? Sometimes I forget. Well, you know what I'm talking about then. When you're sitting down and a sand giant comes up and like smacks you, and you hear that like just that like bone crunching, like just like you just got annihilated. You know, we want something really nice for critical hits. I kind of like that. Like, you know what I mean by like Minecraft sounds, where you just hear this like it just this crazy thing from out of nowhere, and you can't place. You have no idea what it is. Anyway, Okay, so last thing I want to hit here is, again, auto attacks. Good. More prominent in the mix, you know, what my character's doing. I want to hear that above everything else. I certainly want to hear that more than I'm hearing a fight that's going on over here. If there's, you know, a rogue standing here attacking, I want to hear what I'm doing more prominently, more clearly in my mix. But auto attack right now, I would say, is really nice. Like, it's synced up with the hit, the impact. If we were fighting, you know, a plate wearer NPC or something like that, I'm pretty sure you guys have it set up where... But that's a perfect example. When this Ichor Scorched Partisan procs and it plays that effect, I want to see if we can... Like, I still want to hear that crisp, strong impact with the complementary visual effect with it. It's right now when a visual effect plays, it kind of overtakes it. And also that critical hit I just did there with my auto attack, that's the kind of sound and impact I want to hear when I use a normal, like a special ability. So if I were to use Strike at Breaking, I mean, Strike at Breaking is interesting because it has kind of this inherent impacty kind of sound, so that's not really a great example. That actually feels really good. Strike at Breaking, like, kind of like Backstab, is one of my favorite melee abilities to use because it does have such good, like, audio visual feedback. It feels really chunky and nice. Forward Swing does too. It just kind of throws me off a little bit because there's this, like, delay between the animation, the hit, and the visual effect, so it's a little... I don't know, it's kind of... Kick is kind of puny. What about, well, the shield bash animation is ridiculously puny. Trying to think of a good example. Maybe... Yeah, see, kick's kind of like, nah. It's too squishy. It's too, like, it just gets lost. Taunt's cool. I like taunt. That was better, but I think it was overlapping with an auto attack. Oof, that crit hit sounds nice. Hold on. Ah, kick's okay. Kick's actually okay. Maybe it's like... I don't really have any other weapons to try. Let me think. Hammering Blow and Punish really can't help us right now because they don't have an animation on screen. The kick sounds suck. I don't know. It should have more of that, like you hear the foot moving through the air into the target. I don't know. Just I don't like forward swing. It's like I get what it's doing. It's like the whoosh. It's like the weapon trail sound, and then it culminates in the impact. But it doesn't sync with the animation at all. So it's like it doesn't have the same. Strike at Breaking, those, like, boom, like you lift it and it's like bam. Like when you swing it, you see it, you hear it, and it's nice. Yes, that's how they should all be. Kick's good. Like kick. I don't like. I think kick's kind of dumb. Like I don't like kick as an ability, and that's my fault. It just doesn't. I don't feel like it. The warrior's a weapon master. Like I don't think kick. I don't know. I don't like that I'm doing insane damage with kick. I would rather it be some really kind of like cool weapon move. But they need to have that strike of breaking feel. And that's all. This is all just with the spear, right? So like, we're gonna do this. We're still in dev testing mode here, so we're gonna go to Dimith. Sorry guys, I haven't been really reading chat very much. That would be cool if the size of the crit. So there's something to think about, Phil. The sound of the crit is connected to the size of the crit. I like that. I like that. And that's, I mean, that's polished stuff that can come later, but it's and you can go overboard too. I mean, audio is one of those weird things where it's like you know, you would think that having all of this intricacy and is like super cool, but it can also be too much. It can be annoying and kind of overwhelming. Where the key really at the end of the day is like, am I able to kind of in a sensory way understand what's happening clearly and simply? That's the key. And sometimes a lot of those like variations and variables and nuances and can muddy it. So, cool idea, but let's scratch that. Let's scratch that. Let's get some more weapon types. I've got a two-handed mace. I've got a dagger, an axe, sword, and okay, I've got everything I need here. Okay. I don't have a two-handed axe or two-handed sword, so this is what it is. Why are we worried about sounds not lining up properly? It's all part of this overall goal with a lot of what we're doing in spring to improve the clarity of combat. And some of that has to do with the syncing of animation and audio. Some of that has to do, obviously, with the visuals, the UI, things like that. But it's all part of improving that. All right, thank you so much for the Sal. I appreciate that. All right, let's go find... well, honestly, probably be good to go back to Eastern Plains. Maybe? What do you think? Hey, paperback, no, not yet. I have not. Let's actually, yeah, let's go do target dummies. Let's do that. Fair enough, Spectre. Fair enough. And I lost my Sal, but again, we're in dev mode right now, so we're just gonna like we're just gonna go. All right, let's start with blunt. Don't apologize for spamming the stream with audio. This is I would venture to say on some level this is like more enjoyable to watch than me like wiping groups, you know? It's close, but I would say that some people might actually enjoy this side of things. Okay, so Phil, so just to make sure so we don't forget it, let's go to a higher level one to do this. When I miss, it should not sound the same as a normal weapon whoosh, right? These sounds are no different than what I'm hearing when I connect. Right? When I miss, it should be a deeper kind of whoosh. World of Warcraft did that really well, where when you missed, it was a longer whoosh, and it was a little bit of like a different sounding one to kind of accentuate that you whiffed, like you just totally missed your target. So if I miss or an enemy dodges, there should be a different sound. So that's note number one. Note number two, if we go back to something we're going to make consistent impact with. So let's try this out. Yeah, brute. The target reticle ring is not... we're going to update the visuals of that a little bit long term, but it's also, yeah, it shouldn't... Fixing that rendering issue where it's rendering on the player is not, it's not meant to do that. Hold on one sec, guys. All right. So, all right, let's see how these feel. Okay. Yeah, that one's, we gotta figure that out. Again, striker breaking feels beautiful. Fine. Just needs a better animation. Shield slam's kind of eh. You see, though, like, I'm using Mocking Blow with a mace. It sounds like I'm slicing it. Kind of. Some of them. I love the bass sound impact of the blunt. I love it. And the crit sounds great too. Just don't feel like I get a lot of that in the techniques. You get that little like bell ring kind of thing, which is cool, but it doesn't have that like whatever. In other words, I feel like whatever the crit sound effect is for the weapon, if we can maybe get a crit here, that would be awesome. But when it crits, pay attention to the sound of the crit. Right there. That, I feel like that impact sound should be the base of the special attacks with the various weapons. That crit sound. And honestly, I think critical hits from players there should be like a vocal audio on it too. Where you're like, ah! You know, like you're really... Come on, give me another crit. Trying to think of what would be the easiest way to like... I mean, I don't really want to mess with my stats or anything, so it's fine. There we go. And yeah, I know you guys, I mean, you guys have been, the amount of audio work that you guys have done is insane. So I understand that there's some like reusing of things going on, and that's smart. Like we don't want to be making like a ton of bespoke audio all along the way. Okay, here's swords. That's not synced. I mean, it's not. It doesn't have to be like perfect, but that's much closer. I think axes and swords are the same. I think. I think I know why these aren't synced up as much. Actually, that's not a problem or an issue. It's just we added some new animations that are a little bit faster than the base animations, and we just need to tweak the parameters of those. That's why they're not synced. Okay, about dagger. Dagger sounds nice. I'm assuming these are using just like a flesh body type, like material. And then now if we turn these back off. Yeah. I think we're getting on the same page now, huh? Ooh, that's nice. Ooh. That animation, though. Fair. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's close. I think just some of those subtle changes, you know, some of those specific changes, I should say, make a big difference. We get the different kind of miss whoosh in. Oh yeah, see, because it's like it's so baked in that even if I miss, it's still playing that sound, which again is part of like what creates some of that dissonance. Because I'll be fighting, I'll use an ability, it'll sound like it landed. I'll expect to see an effect, it won't be there, and it's because there's that dissonance, right? Now strike of breaking, that's something's going on with the techniques, clearly. Because everything else is missing properly, but there's... I hear that initial sound and I think, oh, it hit, because I'm used to hearing everything sounding like that. Yeah. Yep. And you know what? The good news is that you guys are the ones working on it. That's the good news, because you guys play MMOs, you love MMOs, you love Pantheon, you know EQ, you know WoW, but most importantly, you love Pantheon, and you're freaking good at what you do, so... And Phil, if I know you well enough, I know a lot of these things are things you've been like dying to work on for a while anyway. Okay. I think we oh yeah, hand to hand. Well, I don't know. I avoid hand to hand because my least favorite animation in the game, I think right now, if we're being honest, is the non-monk unarmed animation. Just, yeah. Like that stance just... I do not love WoW. I had to alt-tab out of Pantheon just to mention that. That's fair. When I mention WoW in this sense, I'm talking about their sound design. And I feel like they did a really good job of creating like that audio-visual clarity in combat, so... Yeah, it's... There we go. There we go. That was a little uppercut there. Anyway. Yeah, that's right. We'd be in tough shape. Yeah. No, I get it. Well, Phil, we can, if you want to do like we can do a deeper dive together now that we've kind of done this part. I'm not sure what you've got going on like New Year's Day or anything, but maybe Friday, maybe we could connect. When's our next, hold on. When's our next actual like scheduled meeting? Probably not till next week, huh? Yeah, on Monday. If you want to try to meet on Friday, we can. Maybe even do like a call with Yan. If you feel like we need to. Just let me know. Okay, let's try to make it happen on Friday. Dosi, what do you tell someone you didn't see on New Year's Eve? I haven't seen you since last year. How true that is. Look at me, still hopping and bobbing around. Oh, do you guys, you guys noticed the plate chest, huh? Off of the little wolfies. Woo! Okay. My friends, the time has come. I am slowly accumulating some aggro myself with dinner and some New Year's Eve festivities. So I am going to call it a day here. It was an awesome stream. Really, really happy with what we were able to touch on here at the end. I will try to be... I don't know what I'm going to do the rest of this week. I'm not sure if we'll do like a New Year's Day stream or if we'll try to be back on Friday. I'm not sure, but I will let you guys know. I am back, as far as like back work, back in the saddle, had a day of work. Actually was back really on Monday, but since we didn't do a stream on Monday, I might try to make one up tomorrow or the next day. So stay tuned on that. But thank you so much, guys, for being here. Thank you for the subs, the follows, the support, the shared energy. It's good to be back. We have a whole lot of stuff coming up this year, guys. So since I won't be there with you when the ball drops, Happy New Year's. I hope that you're able to celebrate it and enjoy it. And yeah, excited to be back in action. Let's see. Do we have anybody? Let me see real quick if we have anybody actually playing Pantheon right now. Let's see. It looks like there's a Tell Dangerous community raid coming up soon on that Malkal's going to be streaming. I'm actually going to... Hold on. Hold. Hold, please. All right. The raid has begun, or the raid is cooking. So, anyway, with that, my friends, thank you again. Have an awesome New Year's. I will see you either tomorrow or Friday. I will let you know. But until then, enjoy the rest of your waking time. And I will see you soon. I am going to awkwardly sit here now while the raid cooks, because for some reason it's taking longer to cook than it normally does. So, how does that feel? See you guys later, but let's hang for a little bit longer, right? My wife is actually watching me waiting. That's the aggro has increased to the point where she is encroaching on my position. So I'm speaking out loud to let her know why I'm not done yet. We are close. We're about 30 seconds away. We're almost there. We're almost there. About 12 seconds. Six seconds. All right, guys. Have an awesome evening. We'll talk soon. Till next time. Adios. Onward and upward. Adios.
Guys.